Darter switched out the link on the site.
Yeah, he's working on it right now.
Okay, cool.
All right, we are live. Hello, guys. It's Nick and Brian here, BatteryEVO.
The spiel.
Just kicking off a live stream. I don't think anybody's joined yet, but you know the deal. Battery Q&As and live discounts just for you guys, only while we're live and only for live stream viewers. Deals will be lower than our Prime Day sales you see online right now. All you got to do is text us in. You see the number on your screen. So Brian actually has a customer live on the phone right now. I started the live stream in the middle of their conversation very rudely, so I'm going to be quiet for a second and let them just do their thing.
Okay.
That's funny. All right. Have you got a chance to look at the item on the site?
Okay, 1 second.
We had consent for this.
Yeah, crazy. There was a. You said that you didn't want to use solar at the beginning. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, just the massive amount of solar panels that's on top of the roof. We didn't want to do that, but 16 sounds pretty reasonable.
Yeah, these are 550 watt panels, so they're pretty strong. Sometimes when the solar companies want to sell you like the 32 solar arrays, those are usually like 250 to 300 watts, and that's why they need so many. But if you get like higher power draw solar panels, then you'll need less to produce the same, if not more, worth of solar wattage going into your home. Let me know on this unit if you want to take something like this. I'm just recommending you this based on what you described to me. You could also power your home with the G3s and the G4 Pro. This is just like the newest unit, so this has the stronger inverter. So you have central AC at the house, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what's the size of your AC at home?
I have two. One is a 4-ton and one is a 2.5 ton.
Oh, so you have two. Okay. So the G3 Pro should be able to power the 4-ton, and then potentially also the second 2-ton AC. So you basically got 6-ton worth of AC. Are those operating all day, every day?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, got it. Have you utilized a soft starter on any of those AC units at home?
I do not.
Okay. So when we're going to try to do this install, we'll recommend that you put a soft starter potentially on both of those units, like on both of the AC units, so that you could, what's it called? I got distracted by the camera. You threw off my train of thought. I forgot what I was saying. Dang it. Okay, so basically you can use the other units to also go off the grid. And with the soft starter, it's going to reduce the critical load coming into the unit. So if you're going to run a 4-ton AC and a 2-ton AC, you want both of them to have soft starters so it doesn't create too much of a critical load. And then the G3 Pro should be able to handle those. Now you got to make sure you have enough battery capacity to sustain you for multiple days if you don't have power. But if you use the off-grid solar panels, you don't have to worry about this because you'll always have solar charge going into the battery packs.
Okay. And how long would one of these? How long would it last? Say time that you go off the grid. Say nighttime.
Nighttime? You'll be fine at nighttime. You got 44 kilowatt hour on this battery pack here, and then you could get the next version up goes to 66 kilowatt hour. So that's a pretty big battery pack. I don't think that you should be draining out this battery pack overnight. Do you know based on your utility bill like how much energy you're currently drawing every month?
I can't. Let me see if I can check real quick. 1 second.
All right.
My bill is about 600 a month.
He's got 600 a month. What state are you in? State and city?
Virginia Beach.
Virginia Beach. Okay, we got Virginia.
I'll do some research support in the background here. I'm just sitting here silent on live stream.
Alright. So I'm just going to add some of the info you put back. I'll just send it back to you, Paul, so we know that. We'll just keep it in. We know what we're talking about. So this is for the Walrus G3 Pro with 8 solar panels. the 8 solar panels will bring you 4,400 watts worth of solar. This is a 44 kilowatt hour battery pack, meaning if you were at 0% capacity, it would take you around 10 hours to fully charge this unit. Now that's, again, if you go all the way to 0. I don't think that you would go all the way to 0 overnight, even using your ACs. You'd probably use up maybe 50% worth of the power. And then you would just replete when the sun comes back out. And so in this case, you would get full charge in about like 4 to 5 hours. So this unit, you can utilize the 16 solar panels, and that's going to double up the rate of speed that you'll be able to recharge. But another good thing is that while the solar is coming into the home, you can utilize the excess solar to power the home. So if, let's say, you have your refrigerator running or things like that, like the excess solar will power the utilities of the home and also trickle charge your battery pack. So then come nighttime, you shouldn't have used power during the day because the solar panel should be taking care of that. And then nighttime, when there's no solar, you're using the battery pack's power to power the home. Yeah, so that's kind of how that works. So if you could find out how much energy you're using right now a month, we can average it out how much you're using daily, and then I could tell you how much battery capacity you'll need to sustain yourself.
So I just did a little math here, and I'll give the disclaimer that I always give on the live streams. I'm an art student graduate, but
you gotta double check your math then?
I saw that, I did some research. It says that the average residential electric cost in Virginia Beach is 11 cents a kilowatt hour. So what I did is I divided 600 by 11 cents to try and get the kilowatt hours monthly, and we got 5,454 kilowatt hours a month.
Kilowatt hours. So that means he's got 5,454 kWh a month. Is what we're.
That's.
I think that's a little high.
That's why I gave the disclaimer. Maybe something about my equation was
I think
off.
that's basically 5.4 megawatts.
Yeah, he's not. There's no way he's using 5 megawatts a month.
Maybe. If he's got a 4-ton AC and a 2-ton AC on a 2-story home.
Okay.
And I'm assuming he's using one of them for the upstairs and the other one for the downstairs.
All right.
Right. It is possible.
I'm gonna recrunch my numbers.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right, let's see if Nick can figure out exactly. Let's see if Nick can figure it out before you can get the utility bill.
We're racing.
Yeah.
Okay, so if he's using that much, we'll go based on your number, Nick, and we'll see how much you'll need daily. So if he does have 5, 4, 5, how much was it? 4, 5. What was your number? Should we round down?
5,454. He could probably just go with 5,400.
Okay, so he's got supposedly, based on Nick's math, is $5,400.
Yeah, I'm doing.
No, not dollars. Kilowatt hours a month, and I'll divide it by a 28-day average. So he's using 192 kilowatt hours a day, which is possible.
That is possible.
We've seen people get to that.
Do you have an EV charger in your house?
Paul, do you got an electric vehicle?
No, I do not.
Okay, so it's probably mostly the ACs. What other stuff do you have in your home that's high draw appliance? Do you have like electric boiler, laundromats, and then an electric stove?
A dryer, that's it.
This is
The AC and the dryer.
Okay, by adding the soft starters onto those 4-ton and 2-ton ACs, that's going to also reduce your bill here, even if you don't install a battery pack, by the way, because you're just reducing the amount of critical loads. Remember that when they're charging you electricity, they're not charging you by the hour. They're charging you by the wattage. It's kind of like if you were driving a car, like you're being charged by the mile, not the time, right? So if you do critical loads, like when you turn on the ACs, a bunch of electricity goes into the main grid. And because of that, it quickly racks up the bill. And so by putting the soft starter, you could potentially reduce the amount of critical loads coming into your main electric panel, effectively also reducing your bill. Now, it's not going to take it off the grid, but it will help reduce the amount of wattage you're drawing. Now, if you add solar panels and the battery pack with an inverter, all of that would go through there, so you wouldn't be,
Okay.
Your utility bill will go down.
So I double-checked my math. My math was correct.
You use ChatGPT, though.
I had to. But, if I came up with the same result that ChatGPT came up with after me, I think we're looking okay. So it's
trying to bill right now.
so if that's correct, that is really high for a residential household, that amount of kilowatt hours, 5,455, because the average in the U.S. is about 1,200 kilowatt hours per month. So we're looking at a little over 5 times higher energy usage. So there could be some kind of potential inefficiency happening with your appliances, perhaps.
Did you tell it that he has 410 and 210 ACs?
I'll mention that.
Okay.
But beyond that, I also looked at the average bill in your area too, and the average monthly electric bill in Virginia Beach was around $190. So your bill being at $600 actually kind of adds up with this, of it being that much higher than the average. So I mean, let's see if you can find the
bill,
the actual bill, and see if we can fact check me here. But that's my art school brain calculations.
Okay, hold on. Let's find out food bill.
How many bills did you just ruffle through?
5 and 6. Hold on.
Saw this thing and was like, how come to be alive I have to pay 20 different people $200 every month?
Hey, you can turn it off. You can go off the grid. No one's telling you to pay. All right, Paul. Let's see if any. So you are being on the live stream too. So. Oh damn! There's like a flame. Okay, so your math is pretty good, based on what you just said and based on what ChatGPT said. If
I knew I was smart. I always had a hunch.
You had a hunch?
Mm-hmm.
No, this is not the right one. Hang on.
Not only am I good at math, but I can outlift Tiny Baby any day
We're
of the
going
week.
back to the Tiny Baby thing, huh?
You think I'm just gonna let that slide?
They gotta wait for them to get into the chat. Otherwise it's gonna not make sense.
Tiny Baby, if you're out there, I want you to know that this challenge isn't going away anytime soon. You might not know who I am now, but you will know me.
That's funny.
And we're gonna settle this in
That
the
probably
chat.
will happen too.
I might say it on every stream until it happens.
That's a good
We're gonna
idea.
end up in a
lift. That'd be pretty good.
That would be fun to do, like actually do it with like maybe put like get a bar and put like badgers on each side and
Yeah,
increase
that
the
could
amount
work.
of badgers every
And then let's
every
see
set.
who lifted the most kilowatt hour.
Oh, that'd be sick. I'd be down for that. Who do you think can bench the most in this office?
Trying to think.
I know Tommy hits the gym.
I feel like if Jeff was here, he'd be all over that stage.
Yeah, Jeff would. If Jeff was here, I think he'd be a very strong contender.
He'd be the one saying that it's him.
Oh, for sure.
And then it would spiral into, we'd have to now go do it.
I don't know. I mean, I think Jeff exercises more than I do. But you gotta ask yourself, who has more raw, brute, animalistic strength?
I don't.
Just, out the
Chris.
gate.
Hey.
Were you able to find your bill, Paul?
Yeah, I'm trying to log in now.
Okay.
No rush. Sorry, you gotta listen to this live stream banter in the background.
We need to just banter until people log on to it.
I'll give my spiel while Paul is looking for his bill. Guys, if you're just joining the live stream, welcome. My name's Nick. This is Brian. We're streaming to you live from the marketing department in BatteryEVO in sunny Los Angeles, California. And it's been so hot and sunny here, it's perfect for collecting solar energy. That's what we're here to help you do. We're going to answer your questions. Ask us anything in the comment section about BatteryEVO, our products, or how to set up your home with solar. We'll do our best to help you out. While we're live streaming, only while we're live streaming, you can get that exclusive live stream discount. All you have to do is be a viewer and text us in at
What if you're a caller?
747. I guess you could be a caller, yeah.
But if you're a caller, what would you get?
I think you get the same
I
discount.
don't think
am I wrong?
we should not flood the chat with the calls, huh?
Nah. But guys, I mean, maybe we'll have somebody else call in after this. But text us in at the very least, 282-0538. We'll give you a custom quote. It'll be a lower price than what you see on our website, lower than the Prime Day sales, all that good stuff.
And then we have Paul from Virginia, and then he's got a $600 electric bill, runs a 4-ton AC and a 2-ton AC, is considering the Walrus G3 Pro as their off-grid companion. And then you have that video in the background with that was good, huh?
Yeah.
See how your art influenced the way I said that? Think about it.
Does life imitate art, or does art imitate life?
I don't know. Put it in ChatGPT. Let it prompt it.
All right.
I think, I don't know, because some food had to have been like,
oh, we got comments.
It's art.
Here we are.
You know?
Michael says, are you live now or is it over with? Oh, we are live right this second. Bought the bolts for my G3 that were gone when it arrived. Excellent. Glad that worked out. Fong Mai came in with the smiley face. How's it going, Fong? Welcome in. Micah says, I'm going to be off-grid and running a 5,000 watt generator into the Walrus G3 Pro. Do I run it through the Walrus 72 charger? No, you don't. So what you'd want to do to connect a generator to your Walrus is plug it into the 50 amp AC in that's on the side of the unit. You'll probably have to get an extension / adapter for that cable to 30 amp in order to connect from your generator into the adapter that then goes into the AC in the Walrus. We've actually tested this and demonstrated this in a few of our videos on the YouTube channel, so you can check that out if you want. And yeah, it works great. Gas generator is a great way to charge up the Walrus when you're in a pinch, and it's actually more efficient to charge your Walrus with gas for your gas use than it would be to just run the whole house with it directly from the generator. Your gas will last you longer. Michael says, can you check if the boss has deposited? Yeah, I'll
check.
Brian's on that. Micah says, okay, can the same be done with the G4 Plus? Yes, it can. That method will work with any of the Walruses. They all have the same connection points on the side. Thanks for the question, guys. Be sure to drop a like if this is your first time on the stream. If it's not, you're a returning viewer, drop us a like. You know, it helps us out. And if you guys got any other questions, let us know. We are here to help you out with your battery needs.
If you guys need customer support or something, just use the one up, the phone number up there, and then they'll have somebody there who can help you do it.
Oh, by the way, we got exciting news, guys. The ink dried on the contract this morning, so I think we can finally talk about it.
What?
But Jerry rigs everything. It's done. It's the contract signed. We're doing the collaboration officially now. So keep an eye out, guys. There's a big event in early August that we're going to be collaborating with YouTuber Jerry Rigs Everything. If you don't know him by name, you definitely know him by face. He's
That's crazy.
Arguably the biggest tech reviewer on YouTube. You know, he's most known for his teardowns of popular products. So he'll kind of wear and tear products like the iPhones and the Nintendo Switch, see how much damage they can take, and different types of damage. He's also a big tech reviewer. He owns the company Not a Wheelchair, where he makes custom robotically enhanced wheelchairs. He actually started that as a passion project for his wife, and it's kind of launched his business and his YouTube career and everything. Super huge guy. He's got 10 million subscribers. He's really, really nice, really great to talk to. Excited to announce that we are doing a big old collaboration with him and Komodo in the very near future. You'll see it within the next few months. And you may be seeing Komodo in a couple of his videos afterwards too. So stay tuned. I'll be giving you guys more info on that shortly.
They sent you the bill.
Send me the bill.
All right, we
What does
got
it say?
Paul's bill. Michael says, I've been using the Walrus to charge up my 48 volt system. I'm moving the solar power to the Walrus system. Very cool. Are you running your panels direct into the Walrus, or are you running them through like your main panel / sub panel as an intermediary? Let us know, Michael. How are you liking it so far? You everything good with the daily use on that? You seeing any change in your electricity use yet?
No. Yes. Maybe. Somebody sent us that picture of like what they had done, and I think they reduced it to like 10 cents. No.
Yeah, it was yesterday's stream. I think it was Prominence mentioned his how his rates have changed since he started using it, and it was down from $10 to about 62 cents. Is what he said. I forget what the time interval on was for that, but that's like about 90%, actually more than 90% off he cut from his bill there. You need to make a mower adapter for the Komodo. That would be great, right? There actually are, not to shout out potential competitors, but there are little remote control lawn mowing robots that you can get that are kind of similar to the Komodo.
A mower adapter, like the...
Yeah, like imagine you're like a John Deere riding mower, but it's just the Komodo.
Could we do that?
I'm sure we could. I'm sure there's a way.
We already have that plate on the front.
Yeah. I mean, we're building the custom ones for security right now that have the lights and the cameras and all that stuff. So, custom Komodos are a thing. Michael says he's been watching remote mowers. Every single day we get a little bit further into the future.
Yeah, that picture is not coming through.
Okay.
But I can give you the average.
Oh, there it goes.
We just got it, Paul.
Oh, okay.
Can't zoom in though. I guess I'm just gonna have to like.
Here, I got my glasses on.
I guess because this doesn't even open bigger. This is just like.
Bruh.
Oh, you know, I could just download it.
Here, I'm gonna do this way. How's this?
Oh, supposed to be your CTO, and I can't open a file. Crazy.
Even technical officers need a little help every now and then.
Okay. All right. So his bill shows. Let's take a look at this. Okay, so this one was $900.
Damn, that's hefty. By the way, we're not showing your bill on stream. We're just looking at it ourselves.
Yeah, look, billable usage. Look, right here's that billable usage, KWH for residential schedule 1, 4,138 kilowatt hours monthly. So
I wasn't too far off.
But you were going based off of his bill usage.
Yeah, and just a number of points that I found online regarding averages.
Does it show him how much he's being charged by kilowatt hour? It should probably say somewhere, right?
That's a lot per kilowatt hour if it's $900 for this bill on 4,000 kilowatts.
Mission fuel, electricity supply charges, deferred current electric charges, balance forward. Yeah, so there's like some like you have a lot.
Dude, we should just do a segment where everybody sends us their bills like this.
That's actually cool, huh?
Yeah.
They text us their bill, we'll give them a deal. All right, so yeah, so you got 4,138 kilowatt hours a month. We'll take that number now. And so you're using 4138 on this one divided by 28. So I mean, the number you used wasn't that bad. So you're still at over 100 kilowatt hour daily use if you wanted to take your home completely off the grid with a battery pack.
That's a lot of kilowatt hours.
Now remember, the solar is going to power your home throughout the day. The battery packs will power you through the night. So with the G3 Pro, you start at 44 kilowatt hour. If you got the bigger one, you would have 66 kilowatt hours, so that would cover about half your day. You could maybe get 2 of these systems, and then that would get you to 132 kilowatt hour. So I think the idea here is you want to try to reduce the amount of electricity you're using. If you want to completely take your house off the grid, you would need a battery pack large enough to sustain you in case there's no energy.
According to solarreviews.com, the average residential daily kilowatt hour usage in an American home in 2025 is 28 kilowatt hours per day.
Yeah,
so
we're
looking way over that.
I think it's those ACs.
Yeah, most likely. There could. I mean, this is not where I would really be able to chime in on too much of a technical level, but like a lot of the research I'm showing says that there's a potential, because I even mentioned that it's 2 ACs and a 2-story home, but it says that there is some potential for some kind of appliance inefficiency that may be happening.
Yeah.
That maybe if you have an electrician over to do any installs for you, maybe bring it up to them.
What else do you have in your home? What else are you running in your home that could potentially be high power draw? Usually when people get into hundreds daily, they have electric vehicles usually. So
yeah, that's why I asked.
Several computers. I have a few servers, stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Servers might be doing it.
Yeah, you're
servers
probably
might be
using
doing
up
it.
servers. So remember that you guys could use battery packs if you guys are running like data centers, servers, computer rooms, offices, and your electricity rates are like crazy high. You could also utilize walrus units to power up your offices and homes. I don't think people are thinking about that sometimes. They're just thinking about the idea that it's for my home, but it's like it's basically just a off-grid power plant. You could offset. So in your situation, you're going to be offsetting. There's not unless you want to buy a large enough. I mean, would you consider getting 2 G3 Pro 3X kits? I mean, that would get you 122 kilowatt hour, and then you would have 16. You would then have between 16 or 32 panels on your roof, but you'd be producing quite a lot of energy for yourself. I don't know if that's something that's in viable for you. I'm trying to think here. How much would you get if you ran 2 G3 Pros, the big one, the one with the 3 battery packs? How much would that give you?
Kilowatt hour wise, you mean?
Yeah, like if you did this one plus solar.
2 of the 66 ones?
Yeah. So
I mean, you'd be looking at 132 kilowatt hours total.
And now add up the solar.
And then add your solar. Yeah, I mean, you'd be overproducing at that point more than your daily use.
The 44W kit, right? I think that's what that would be. So you'd have 17.6 kW worth of solar coming into the home. You would have 2 22 kVA inverters to power up different rooms of the home. So you could probably do one for upstairs, one for downstairs. Offset 2 different ACs. And then you would still have 66. You'd have 132 kilowatt hour for your daily consumption, plus the 17 kW. That'd be 17 kW on one go. So if you multiply that by a 6 hour, usually go by 6 is the solar array. So he'd have 105 kilowatts of solar coming into the home daily. And if he's using up 130 something, no, he's using 100 and what did we do the math on? Dang it, I lost it again. How much was he using daily? 147.
140, yeah.
He's at 147. So with the kit that I just described would be the 4 of the 4.4 kilowatt solar arrays, which would give him 17.6 kilowatts worth of solar for that hour. And then you usually run by 6. You want to multiply by 6 because I know some people get 8 hours of sun, but some people get 4, so the average goes to 6. And most of the time it's about 6 hours of strong sun. So he would get 105.6 kilowatts worth of solar coming into the home. He's going to have 2 22 kVA inverters, and he'll have 132 kilowatt hours worth of battery pack, meaning he could charge in like an hour and like 10 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes.
That's a fantastic
right? So then
setup.
he'll have the battery packs fully charged, and then he'd have all this solar coming through the unit that he could use to power his home, which would effectively, if he's using that much, the solar alone would take up most of his solar consumption, and he would just use the battery packs at night, which would be how much? What would be the remainder? It's 40 kilowatt hours for the night, right? So,
man, yeah,
that's how you do that.
I don't think you'd be using that much overnight either. 40 kilowatt hours, because 40 kilowatt hours that exceeds the average daily use just in general for a home. And like at night, you're probably using your least amount of electricity.
Yeah, like right now, like if you look at the way he's using his energy, he's using it the least in November, the most in December, January, which I would think heating. He's in Virginia. Mm-hmm. So does it get cold in Virginia, Paul?
Yeah,
so
sometimes.
Not that hot?
Not lately, but
okay. And now it's going up again in June. And then he's going to go into his hot month, which is July. So he has to anticipate another $900 bill coming in this month and then the following. Because if you look at his past year's trend, he's using the same amount of energy consistently. So he'll have another $900 bill, another $800 bill, about a $600 bill, then about a $400 bill. Then he'll go back to 6 set, you see?
Yeah.
So if you do the math on that, he's probably spending, like what, 10 grand on energy every year?
Man, yeah. That's rough.
That's the math on that one. Okay. Let me know what you want to do, Paul. I sent you the unit that I think could potentially start helping you. I do think you should have an electrician go out and see if maybe there is like some wattage leakage in your appliances or anything like that. But if you want to go fully off the grid, we can help you do it. You just gotta let me know what you want, and I'll get you a good deal on any of those.
So how long your special will be going?
Well, the 4th of July sale will end tomorrow, I believe, on the 11th. And then while we're live and while we're texting you, I can get you a better deal. You just gotta let me know what you want, and then I'll be able to text you the deal that I'll get you for that one. And I mean, if you're ready to go, I mean, there's, why wouldn't I hook you up? But if you still need some time to think about it, you can text me and I'll send you the units that I think would work for you. So you could plan out your solar battery. You have 140 kilowatt hours worth of energy you're trying to offload. So if you want to do that 100% of the time, you would need a pretty big system. Yeah. Now,
even just offsetting though.
That's what I was going to tell you. If you just want to offset, then we can do something smaller.
And have you talked about time of use?
There might be something else going on here that I need to check. So I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah, you should look into it. And take a look at it. I gave you the link to the unit I think would do it. But you should check into that. Text us back if you wanna get a good deal. But the sale prices that you see right now will be gone. So after tomorrow, I believe, and then so it's just up to you.
Yeah, and our YouTube live discount is just while we're streaming it. We kind of work with whatever the current sale price is. So it's like right now we're lowering based off of what our current sale is. So it's kind of luck of the draw for people when they come in the stream and what the,
Yeah. So let me know, Paul. I'm going to let you go on this one. I already texted you. If you have any questions, text me back on that line. And then I'll let you know what you can do. And then just tell me what you want to do. If you want to get a battery pack, I'll get you a good deal. If you need some time to figure it out, I mean, the website's always there,
All right. Thank you.
All right, man. I'll text you in a bit.
Thanks, Paul. Shout out to Paul.
I think that Paul realized in that conversation, he's like, oh man, this is like a bigger beast than I anticipated.
Yeah, I felt kind of bad saying it because I brought it up a few times, and I feel like by the second or third time I said it, it was sinking in like there might be a problem with my electrical use. Because just if there isn't something abnormal happening, then he's got some kind of energy secret he didn't tell us.
He's got the coldest house of all time.
Yeah, he's got like a Rick and Morty lab under the basement.
Yeah,
like
he did. He's got servers and computers, so maybe he's got to run the
Yeah.
ACs for those, right? So I guess for the users or whoever is going to eventually watch this, if they do at any point, I guess the lesson learned is that you can always use a walrus unit to take your appliances off the grid, lower your utility bills. It just depends on what you need to do. So you just got to put in the chat what you're trying to power, and then we'll find some type of solution. Sometimes people look at the G3 and they're like, that's not enough for my application. And then some people look at the G3 and say, that's too much for my application. So you have people on both sides that are like, I have a ton of usage, that pack will not be enough. And then there's other people who are like, this pack is way too much for me, but I still need something, right? So the Walrus unit can be expanded to be able to get whatever you need to do. All you need to do is utilize sub-panels. You can split up your building's like energy, like I don't even know how to describe this, but like, maybe, do you have the Chris house?
Oh, I always got Chris house.
Can you put the Chris house on the back?
Yeah, I'll find it. I shall. By the way, you should text Paul the link to this stream so that he can.
He should jump back in.
He can jump back in and check with us later if he wants to, or he can just rewind to the beginning and relive the magic of our conversation.
Relive it, yeah. That's true. Now he's like, not only
everything we said is written down for him on the internet. He didn't have to take notes.
He didn't have to take notes because it's gonna be on the internet. Imagine the courtesy. Imagine the white glove service.
Who else does this for you?
Nobody, huh?
I've never seen Elon Musk sit down and answer questions about the Powerwall live on camera.
I think he has done that, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah.
Well, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I think they did do something like that. have a question about running a 500 square foot. Oh.
Chris and I had a little moment there when the word offset was mentioned.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Offset,
You
I suppose.
Offset or something, man?
You see that Cardi B dropped a diss track to Offset?
So she's not with him?
No. There's drama.
But they have a child, right?
Yeah.
The child.
Prominence wants to know what is the largest battery you make. So we have, I think it's might be still called the Grizzly. It was called the Grizzly. That's a really large industrial size battery. But as far as our residential batteries go, the largest that we sell would be the King Kong 2 at 62 kilowatt hours, which is also the same battery that's used as the all-in-one Walrus Pacific. So that's 62 kilowatt hours. And then of course there's the Komodo power tank. My screen is mirrored, so the text was backwards, but there's the Komodo power tank is a 100 kilowatt hour system. So those are the two largest for residential options. We can make like batteries that go up into like the megawatt hours, and it's just a matter of like industrial use case and usually built on specific needs as opposed to like mass produced.
So Grizzly, that's like a commercial battery pack. In terms of like the BatteryEVO products,
Prominence says he wishes he could justify the tank.
text me, it'll be fine. Text me and we'll make it. We'll do it. Just
you know,
text.
we hooked up. I'm just going to talk about it. It's been a little time. We gave like a massive hookup on live stream on a Komodo once that I'm still surprised we got away with.
Yeah.
To where we literally gave it away for half off. So, hey, you know, anybody out there, you want a Komodo, but you've been hesitant, and you think the price, you're looking at it and you're like, man, this price is twice as much as I'm willing to pay. Maybe you came to the right place. You know, talk to us. Now, to be fair, Randy did come into the stream and ask for that price, like, so many times in a row. Like, it was like every stream for a couple weeks, Randy was in the chat asking for that price, and eventually we were just like, F it.
Providence, honestly, if you really do want a Komodo and you need help with some justification, we have the American Business Grant and the residential rebate. That'll lower the product, and then just text in. I mean, if you really want like a battery pack, if anybody needs a battery pack, wants to go off the grid, if you just text us, we're gonna try our best to hook it up. Anybody who comes through this ethosphere of BatteryEVO gets special marketing incentives. This all started off as the virtual tour, and then it was, I forget what I did, but I moved down the cycle.
Dude, do you remember I mean, you could go back, a lot of them are still online, but like our first live streams, like not even like when we got it kind of working where it was like the webcam, but like back when it was like just, there was no background even, it was just like full screen, your webcam, only you.
How many of those did we do before you came in because you just wanted to be a part of it bad?
I wasn't getting enough attention.
That's what it was, huh?
I was feeling a little lonely.
That's what I figured.
You know, I need constant
praise
attention and praise.
You know.
Fallen Solar King says, testify, my brother. Fallen Solar King, I know that you've fallen, but I hope that you rise. You seen the like it's like a meme screenshot of like a text message between a father and son, and the son's like talking about like stuff that's bothering him, and then it's just the father's just like, where's your anger, where's your rage, rise. And then the son's like, what? And then the father's like, rise again, and like all exclamation, like caps, like all. I was just, something about that. I don't know.
Something about it. What?
I kind of feel like it's something that our good friend from the jungle might text.
Got it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's kind of like Brian and Nick multiverses of different marketing and
Yeah,
tactics
dude.
that are out in the ethosphere.
Dude, we're gonna do the big Avengers style crossover of all of our clients
that'd be so
one day.
sick. It's like,
Yeah.
that's so sick. Chris, are you gonna be in that one, or are you gonna tune out?
Hey, sure. I'll be Blue Beetle.
What the heck?
Hey, sure.
That was so
Oh,
animated.
right.
The whitest you've ever sounded. Sure, I'll be tuning in.
Hey.
I'll be watching it on my television. But yeah, that would be the big crossover. It would be,
That
of
would be the
course,
one?
the Walrus would be
Uh-huh.
in it. Jungle Law, of course, is making an appearance. If anything, he'd be like the Captain America.
He'd have to be like, like
What
front
about
and center.
Borrow scooters?
Oh yeah. Oh
Damn,
yeah.
you want scooters or what?
They gotta be in it.
Those just have to be in it. You think they'll opt in?
Oh, they're already out there.
Oh, fake. What the heck?
What is even going on here?
All right, so yeah, if people are texting in right now. If you guys are texting in, there's some codes that we can give you guys, but right now we're gonna try to hook you guys up because we're getting close to the year-end sale. Remember, it's only YouTube live pricing, so you got to text in. If somebody needs to talk to a technical rep or needs customer support, you can call up the number right here. They can answer your questions over the phone. Paul kind of just got lucky. He was just there right before we started, so I took the phone call. But the phone line down below does not traditionally take phone calls. It's supposed to take the text messages so that we can text you guys. If you text in, we'll hook it up. Should we just like leave the line open for calls and then see
I mean,
if
that'd
people
be
call
cool
in?
if people want to call in and like they consent to being on the live stream.
But
It's
it
cool
have
with
to
me,
be
it's
it
fine.
have to be interested. It can't be like Cheesecake Factory Squad because
And no cuss words.
no cuss words. No, maybe we're not doing that, huh?
It's always a risk.
I mean, maybe if we
You know,
could
you
like
could-
screen them before they get in.
There's always live stream nightmares, you know.
Could we screen them? Like they call
Yeah. Yeah.
in a number and then the Chris has to talk to them, be like, hey, are you like?
Yeah, Chris is the bouncer.
Yeah, he just has to be like, are you ready to go into the next stage? Give me like name 5 things that Nick likes, you know? And then if they know, then they know. If they don't know,
I mean, I thought you didn't want the Cheesecake Factory squad. Only
yeah,
they
they'd
would
probably know, huh?
yeah.
It's like secret password to the.
You never know.
My
I
own
mean,
plan.
I've seen nightmares on live. You know, you bring a live stream guest viewer in, and then all of a sudden they like, before you can even say a word, they've like said 5 slurs and then hung up, and then you've lost your broadcast. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. So if anybody is texting in or whatever, just bear with us. We're gonna give you guys.
I'm up next out of the ATL area. Now let's talk deal of the day. What I miss. Brian, what's your preferred sparkling bev?
Oh man. Okay, so this is new.
Oh, that's not the normal Topo
That's not-
Chico.
yeah. No, I already had one of those in the morning, but now I have this.
Whoa,
This is open
that
water.
thing looks fire.
Where'd you get that?
It was a delivery.
Is that a TikTok shop item?
This is not a
It
TikTok
looks
shop
kind of
item.
like a TikTok shop item.
Yeah,
That's
so this is pretty
fire.
fire, I guess. All right, so if this question is real, then it depends. If you just need like maximum like sparkling water, you usually get the what's the white bottle? It's the Spanish one. Dang it, with the blue label.
Yeah, the
Blue label, blue cap.
yeah. Peñafiel.
Is it that? No, that's like the salt thing.
Oh yeah, that's a mineral water. All right.
That's like
You're
a
talking
medical
about
thing.
The jarritos that you-
Yeah, that one.
I got you.
Okay, so now you know what you
Pellegrino?
Not Pellegrino. That one.
Minerawa.
Minerawa. All right. So Minerawa is like you need like, I just ate a lot of food. I need to chill. I
You
need
need like
something.
a
I need
free
relief.
Alka-Seltzer, yeah.
Like you
You
need
need to
relief.
digest,
You do.
yeah.
You do like awa. What is it?
Minerawa.
Minerawa, which is literally mineral water.
Sparkling water, yeah.
Now that one's not best in taste, but it will do maximum amount of sparkling.
Maximum sparkle.
It's max CO2 damage.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Okay,
dude.
now if you need something that's like in the realm of like like enough damage, but it also has better flavor, that's kind of where you go to the Topo Chico. The Topo Chico's like you still get you could pop off the lid,
but it's not in your face.
Yeah, it's not like just instant CO2. Then it's like, okay, what if you're at a restaurant? You can't just be popping Topo Chicos at the restaurant. So you could do cold, but it has to be very cold Saint Pellegrino.
Mm-hmm.
And they have like the baby glass ones. Put those in like an ice chest. Those are better for like all around. Everybody can enjoy it because some people don't like sparkling water.
Yeah.
As you know, I've been to Europe a handful of times, and they like that's the sparkling water, like Pellegrino stuff. That's the default there. Like if you want non-sparkling water, you have to specifically ask for it. Because if you go to a restaurant and just ask for water, they'll bring you sparkling water.
Dude, I'm there.
So you have to like, if you want non-sparkling, you have to ask for still water specifically.
So they're okay. Well, that's
cool.
That's
what you mean by that's the default. If you ask for water, they'll give you sparkling.
Yep.
That's my dream right there.
It's pretty good. I drink a lot of the flavored sparkling water, though. You know, I'm not just taking it all.
No?
Which one? Oh yeah, Waterloos, dude. Oh yeah, those ones are honestly those are probably the best for flavor.
Yeah.
I got a lot of LaCroix right now because they were on sale, so I got a big haul of boxes. But those Waterloos, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to Waterloo. Not a sponsor of this episode.
I know.
What's your favorite Waterloo flavor, though?
I don't. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like Waterloo.
You don't like Waterloo?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what it is.
So they're definitely not a sponsor.
It feels like suds.
Suds? Like soap suds?
Yeah, like you're drinking it and it feels like soap.
My friend told me because like she like called
Doesn't
me out on that
like
like anytime she sees me drinking water, it's sparkling water.
Yeah.
And she's like doesn't know how I could be drinking that. She's like said that it's like I'm drinking static of fruit that's on another channel. Like,
oh yeah,
you know?
Yeah. Some people say it tastes like static.
Yeah.
And it's like I can see that. I was
like, that's kind of cool, but honestly, static. That's why I like it. I like that fruit static.
You like the fruit static?
I like the fruit static.
Yeah, I want a static therapy.
Have you seen the meme that's like, can your man drink a whole can of sparkling water and not burp?
That's the challenge?
Have you seen that one?
Yeah.
You guys seen that video, right?
I haven't seen the video,
it's
but
so funny.
If it's real, I'll
Chris,
do it.
Nadine, you guys seen that one?
I've not seen it.
No, it's actually really hard to do it.
Nadine's locked in.
I feel like my chest would hurt.
Hey, have you seen the video of the guy that's like, can your man drink a whole sparkling water and not burp? And then he tries to do it.
I've seen that with Sprite.
Oh, okay, I think I'm the only one who's seen this video here then. I'll have to pull it up. It's like, spoiler alert, he burps. And yeah, it's pretty immediate and it's really bad, and he runs away as he's doing it and hits his face on the half-closed garage door.
No, those were bubblies.
Were they?
Yes.
I thought it was sparkling water.
Oh, Bubblies has such cute packaging. I wanted to love it so bad.
Oh. Just for the packaging.
Bubbly could be in the top 5.
I like bubbly.
I don't know if it's in the top 3.
I mean, I'm easy. Any cheap, fruity
Do we have
sparkling
any
water is good with me.
connections we could tell them that we're talking about their products online?
Dude, I wish.
Where's Brent?
I want to do some. Yeah, he'll make a few calls and come back and be like, I just talked to the president of LaCroix.
Yeah. I'd be like, go again. We don't want LaCroix.
Dude, I do LaCroix marketing. Can I do some LaCroix marketing?
Gotta do Topo Chico marketing. No.
Dude, I'll do that. They're more expensive. They can probably pay better.
Which ones are more expensive? Topo Chicos?
Yeah.
Is that why you're opting into LaCroix?
Well, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like an actual preference.
I mean, I'll drink whatever, you know. I'm just trying to stay hydrated and happy.
Trying to stay hydrated and like not spend $1 trillion on.
Can I see your fancy one here? So you were talking about the different kinds. Where does this one fall in it?
I don't know. I mean, this is pretty good. This tastes good. Is
that a one-off?
Not max CO2 power.
Carbon neutral.
There you go.
More ocean, less plastic. Bye plastic.
Yeah.
How'd they get you? Was it a marketing thing?
This was a delivery. This was gifted to me.
No, but how'd they? Oh, it was gifted.
Yeah, so I didn't pick this one. So this was.
I wanted to know how they got in your brain.
Yeah.
Sparkling water plus electrolytes.
Oh, I guess that's.
No, I'm just kidding.
Pretty cool.
Smells neutral.
Yeah. So this is a one-off. It's good, I guess. It is good, but not maximum CO2 power.
Can you pull up the sparkling water video?
Sometimes you don't want maximum CO2 power. You know, because it's gonna be like,
dude, yeah.
You know, like
sometimes
you just need
like I'll be at home just like.
I think we ran off straight up off stream.
Oh yeah, but I mean, hey, I haven't had a question in a second, so we can just talk. I'll be at home and I'm just kind of like minding my own business, vibing, and I kind of forget that I'm like not the only person who lives there for a second. Okay. Chad says, still looking at the G4. What is the deal of the day? Thanks.
Text. You have to text.
So text us in. We can give you a custom quote on that G4. Do you want to do the deal of the day on a specific product? Like we'll give the best deal on a specific product today?
I would do G3 Pro. Anybody
G3
who needs
Pro.
G3 Pro, the earlier, if anybody's just joining early in the chat, if you go backwards, we were talking to Paul, who has a huge electric bill, and so, but we came up with a plan. He needs 2 G3 Pro 3X kits or G3 Pro 66 kWh, 2 of those with full solar kit, and do we have a picture of G3
Pro plus solar?
Back here?
That's our
just put it
that's
right
our
here.
deal of the day.
Dude, this thing is so good. Can you just like shrink this one and make it smaller and then like keep it on screen because I love it. But
I
like,
can do that.
Let's use the background for something else.
Chad says he texted in. He's the guy with the 28 or a 218 area code. All right, we'll hit you back with that custom quote on the G4. Eric Schull says, can a wind turbine be a power generation source in addition to solar in a grid-tied system? So yes, it can. You have to make sure that you use a power cable that's compatible with the G4 or G3 or whichever Walrus you may have. You could plug it directly into the MPPT Anderson input that you'd use for solar, or you could get an adapter to run it in with AC in, depending on the turbine system that you have and how it runs power. But yes, anything that generates power, as long as the compatible hookups are there, it'll work with your Walrus. The Walrus G3 Pro inverter is our best and newest inverter. It has, I think, the most input on the MPPTs. So in a system like that, you could run solar into one, wind turbine into the other, and really maximize how you're powering it up. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna tell like a whole long story because we weren't having questions, and I was just gonna try and fill the time. Long story short, I burp. I burp when I'm drinking LaCroix.
I forgot where the story was going.
And then Keem and Andy, one of them will like text me from the other room and be like, could you just not burp like that?
And then you like take another swig. All right, so max CO2 power. So yeah, you're gonna have to use something like this then, because you can't just be like, you gotta leave Andy alone, you know?
Yeah.
So if you're doing an hour, and then you're just burping all the way to the next room, you're gonna have to do something like this.
I'm just a human, you know. I'm just a man. I'm a man of the earth. I eat, I breathe, I burp. Sean Tarp says, question, how many Kong batteries can be run in parallel? Our batteries can run up to 8 in parallel, so you can do 8 units daisy chained. So what is 62 times 8? Do you got that?
62 times 8?
Yeah.
496.
So that would be 496 total kilowatt hours if you were to parallel 8 of the King Kong 2 batteries.
Oh, okay. I was confused as to where you're going with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Can a turbine? Yeah. Okay. So we went down these. Can a turbine be power? You said yes.
Yep.
Yeah, you can. It just depends on how much wattage is coming in. So sometimes the little turbines. Have you seen those? Have you seen little turbines?
I have. I don't want to.
They don't produce too much wattage. So you kind of need like a really big one. They don't generate a lot of energy sometimes. I guess it depends on where you live.
Hey, I don't want to seem like I'm playing both sides of solar and wind, but I may or may not have overseen the creative direction of an advertisement for a small wind turbine product recently.
Did you really?
Yes, I did.
Where is it?
You want me to show it to you?
Yeah, I want to see. Why don't you connect the Komodo to it? Or I guess you got to show me what it is.
It's step by step. I just did one creative for them so far.
All right, I'm starting to get the people in the chat. I mean, not in the chat, in the text messaging.
Thanks for texting us in, guys.
We're in
haggle
mode.
Hey, we'll haggle with you until the sun goes down.
Wait, don't say that because I have to text. You're gonna go home.
Yeah.
The sun comes back up.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute.
feast your eyes on this.
You made this?
Well, you know who helped me, you can tell.
Did this needs a battery pack?
Basically. I mean, it's...
Wait, I think I did see this. Where did I see this?
Oh.
I saw this somewhere. Is it running? Is it
Maybe.
running anywhere?
I don't manage their ads.
Dude, connect that to like a Razorback.
Yeah, you're totally.
You know,
could.
you put
You
the
totally
Razorbacks
could.
back here,
Yeah.
like.
I mean, I could connect. I could make a connect here.
Yeah, you could put the G4s under that. You could put the G4 right here and one on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah, mod it up with like a G4 pack. And
Totally.
send it to them and be like, dude, we'll sell that thing. That thing's cool.
Yeah, honestly, it is cool, right?
Yeah.
It's bigger than it looks in this, though. I actually had to make them some new creatives with some updated scale because they make them pretty big.
Yeah, got it.
They sent me a video of like a demo because they're not local. They sent me a video of like one of their demo units, and it was like really small. So at first I was like storyboarding out this whole creative of like, oh, you could bring this out to a field and like plop it down, screw it in the ground,
Yeah.
and you're good. But then he hits me back up. He's like, dude, you realize that this, like, some of the ones I'm building, the panels are like 28 feet long, right? And I was like, oh, okay. Got
20
more work
feet?
to do. 28
Feet
long.
per what? For where the wire
Here,
goes
let me-
to?
Yeah, I'll show you.
So if you had a house or like a little barnuminium and then you can run 28 feet to.
So we had to make an updated thing for scale that he could use to like show scale, and this is like the scale of how some of them are being.
You made that up. Oh, it's that big.
They're
Oh,
so
I imagined
huge.
it's so small. Okay,
That's what I
got
thought
it,
too
got it.
originally. Yeah.
All right. So do you know how much that produces?
No, I could send you. I have some spec stuff though. I
Okay,
can
got
send
it.
it to you.
Okay, got it. Oh, I thought it was like little. Okay, so it's pretty big then.
I signed no NDA, so I can show you the specs.
All right, so yeah, there you go. So we need to be able to let people know that it doesn't really matter what you want to power. There is a way to power it. There is a way to create backup power for it, and there is a way to generate your own solar energy, and in this case, wind energy or gas, propane, diesel energy stored in a battery pack, and then power whatever thing you want to power, whether it's charge your electric vehicles, power your house, barnuminium, farm, data center. Can
Wayne
happen.
says, is shipping free on the Walrus G3?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. We got free shipping. Eric Schultz says, texted in for the deal. Awesome. We will hit you back, Eric, with a custom quote. That's the live stream deal you get for being a viewer while we're live. Prominent says, it's raining here. Hey, you know, that means you're getting your solar panels cleaned. So that's good. And I'm gonna say that for everybody here who may have solar panels, ask yourself when the last time you cleaned them was, because sometimes people will be like, oh, my battery's not really producing as much energy, or my panels over time they got worse. But that's not always the case. Sometimes it's literally just you get dirt and dust all caked onto the panel, and then the sun, like all the full sun solar UV energy isn't getting absorbed. Like it's just literally blocking it. Alex says, yeah, is shipping free on the large batteries? Yes, all of them, right? Like the King Kong 2 and stuff, right? That's also free shipping. Yep, free shipping on the large batteries as well. Texted. All right, we will text you back, Alex. Thank you. If you see and hear Brian typing right now, that is him responding to your guys' texts live. If you guys get bored later and you want to tune back into this again, we actually had a conversation with one of you guys live on stream. We shared the phone call and answered some questions live. Of course, we had permission for that. But if anybody wants to do that, you know, we probably gotta be careful and screen you first. You know, we can't have somebody coming on here and getting us in trouble with what they say. But I do think it'd be fun to answer more of your guys' Q&As live on the phone.
Yeah, and then we also maybe text in. Maybe you could text in your utility bill. Text in your utility bill, and we'll do the thing we did earlier.
Yeah, we were talking to Paul on stream earlier, and he texted us his a screenshot of his utility bill, and Brian and I cracked it open and kind of went into the nitty-gritty and looked for opportunities for where he could save. And actually we ran his electricity bill against the averages for his area, and we found that his energy use is 5 times higher than it should be for his area. and so we were suggesting that maybe he get his home looked at for potential energy inefficiencies or leakage, or maybe something that's happening that's running up his bill, because we're gonna get him a walrus. That walrus is gonna help him go off grid, but he was looking at like 5 times higher than it should have been, which there was no reason we could think of for that other than maybe the fact that he had a couple servers in his house. Michael says, nice day here, was raining the last couple of days, in case anybody wants to know about Big Island of Hawaii. Very cool, very cool. Still hoping to get out there. How's everything else going for you, Michael? For those of you who don't know, this is the BatteryEVO live stream. If it's your first time joining, I'm Nick, this is Brian. We hop on here a couple times a week to answer your questions about BatteryEVO, our products, and how you might take your home off the grid. We've helped a lot of you guys out. In fact, a lot of you guys in the chat today are returning viewers who we have hooked up in the past and or helped you with questions regarding your home in the past. So welcome back, guys. Good to see you in here. Drop a like, please. You know it helps us out. And yeah, if you're new, ask us anything. You could have solar on your house already and you're just looking for the best way to store it. You could be at the very beginning and you don't even know how many panels you'll need or anything like that. You could just show us an electricity bill or tell us how big your house is, and that's enough for us to get started on breaking it down with you. While we're live streaming, only while we're live streaming, you can text us in for exclusive deals. That's our whole thing here. That's really why people come here. Honestly, I'd like to say it's because of me and Brian, but it's because you guys want those live deals. You want to save even lower than the low sale prices we already got on the website. As you guys know, it's Prime Week. Post 4th of July, we have those sales already going, but while we're live streaming, we're authorized to go even lower than that. Text us in, we'll give you that custom quote just for being a viewer. When the live stream ends, that deal goes away. So if you've been thinking about going BatteryEVO, text us in while we're live. Brian's responding to your text messages right here in this room. And hey, if you want to be on the stream, text us and ask, hey, can I call in? Like, maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll feature you up here. I missed this question. Thanks for jumping back on it, Eric. How often do honeybee swarms land on a solar array? I ask because I'm a beekeeper and occasionally have swarms land in a nearby tree. That's really cool.
I used to endearing story kind of?
I used to listen to a beekeeping podcast every night to like help me fall asleep, and it was like 2 beekeepers who would like kind of give their daily log of like what they did, and you know, it was cool. I want to do it one day if I ever have the space and free time.
Wait, did
for
you answer his
time.
question, or did you just make this about yourself?
No, I'm just talking about myself. I don't know. I don't know how often honeybee swarms land on a solar array. I'm gonna look it up.
You just went ahead and were like.
But I could see how you'd want to avoid that if you're a beekeeper and you don't want your bees to go like land on a hot panel and fry up.
Yeah. If the thing that you're using to make, like, if that's your living, is that his career path?
Is that your career path, or is it a hobby, or is it supplemental
We want to know
income?
every single YouTube live viewer's career path. And then if you're comfortable enough, tell us your salary. We want to see whether or not you make more or less than a creative director.
Everyone in the chat makes more than this creative director. It depends. If you count just my BatteryEVO pay, then they probably are higher. If you count all of my gigs combined, then
you're rich?
Maybe I'm in the competition.
Okay, let's see.
Maybe we can go toe to toe.
What if they're lying in the chat? How can we verify?
What if I'm lying on the stream?
Fair. That is super fair. All right, then it's just a go through. Just say you make more than Nick, and then like, who's gonna fact check?
2 bee swarms.
And then Nick's gonna see that and be like, no, I make more. Yeah. So it doesn't matter. You'll never win.
Bee swarms do land on solar panels. The panel's shiny reflection can trick bees into thinking they've found a cool spot to rest or get a drink. Solar beekeeping is a common practice where beehives are placed near solar sites and bees help pollinize native and non-invasive plant species beneath panels while they generate electricity, according to ecoportal.net. Somebody says, hadn't anyone in America thought of this? What happens when a bee finds a solar panel? Let's read. In a world that is in continuous demand for clean and renewable energy, there is something beyond that no one in America thought of, and it's called solar beekeeping. Perhaps this sounds a little confusing, because how are bees and solar panels integrating, or what relationships do they have with the generation of clean energy and electricity? Now, before I continue, do you think this article was written by GPT
Yes. No.
that I'm reading?
I don't know.
Okay. Some sus ads on this page.
Are you supposed to look at the page?
No, I'm saying the GPT part kind of sounds.
Oh yeah.
Sounds very buzzwordy.
It's very buzzwordy. I like, as I'm saying it out loud, I'm like, I don't know if this feels natural.
Yeah.
Solar farms are beginning to become a thing in the U.S., and while that expansion is happening, there are more innovative ideas that are coming along as well. And that is, when natural plants and wildflowers are added to solar farms, bees flourish. This innovative idea is definitely changing everything we've ever thought or imagined about solar energy. The Center for Rural Affairs defines solar beekeeping as putting beehives on or close to solar
your tone
sites.
changing as you're going down this.
Oh, I'm gonna be
I don't
doing
know if you're doing it on dramatic effect or.
I'm gonna be doing an accent by the end of this.
Okay.
Who had this laptop before me?
I couldn't tell you.
There's something in the cache that's making them get sus ads. Bees are busy producing honey and pollinating the native and non-invasive plant species beneath photovoltaic panels while they use the sun's energy to generate electricity. Beekeeping at solar sites increases the land's value and agricultural production remains at its peak. Bees and solar farming, they're not, I feel like this, what I'm reading here, I feel like is a lot of words to say nothing. If you're watching and you wrote the article, I'm sorry. The United States needs beekeeping now more than ever. Okay, so it doesn't say anything about them landing on the panels and getting fried up. If this is true and solar beekeeping is a common practice, then I assume that's not a big threat, because
You're little. I mean,
Yeah.
unless it was like a lot of them, but if it's just like a few of them, it will though. Like if there's a shadow on the solar panels, then traditionally yes, they will perform not optimally.
Yeah.
But-
Okay. So let me because
Yeah,
while I
like
was
100
reading that, we got a couple comments. So let me catch up here. Wayne said, "Texted you. Awesome. We'll text you back, Wayne." Eric says, "You definitely should do it. Beekeeping is fun." I would love to. That seems like something that if I had the time and space in my life to like start my day and go and take care of some bees, and that's what I got to worry about in the morning. That sounds pretty nice. That sounds kind of peaceful.
What if you get stung? Are you okay with being stung?
Yeah.
I think they don't really
You
sting
know,
that much.
you
though.
can't really avoid pain in life.
Very fair.
Alex says, "We just bought a house in Maine, and it's looking like shifting to a time of use billing method is going to save us a lot of money." Yep, definitely. But that means my whole daytime usage needs to get shifted. So we can expand on that. They followed up and said, "Need to shift like 50 kilowatt hours of energy usage from daytime to an 8-hour nighttime window." Well, I mean, first of all, that the time of use definitely always helps with mitigating your power bill. Walrus is great for that. I've posted some videos. It's actually some of our more recent ones on the channel where I walk through how to set up time of use on the Walrus. So be sure to check that out if you haven't already. I literally open up the window, the menu window, and walk you through it. Yeah, so if you've already checked with your utility company on when your peak hours are, I think you know the deal. You just want to be charging up. You just want to be charging up during your cheapest hours of the day, which are usually in the middle of the night, and then using that energy from your Walrus during the day when you'd be using the most and when it's most expensive. And that'll really help. People have cut their power bills in half. People have shared all kinds of stuff about how that saved them money. But yeah, if you have any info on your those times from your utility company, or if you want to share any details from your power bill with us on that, since you just got the house, if you have a bill, you could even text it into us. We can look at it and give you our 2 cents on what we would do to lower the bill. Wayne says, "What is a warranty on the Wall G3 and cycle life?" So the Walrus has a 10-year warranty, and it's expected to last at around 15, 20 years use before you would start to encounter any issues. But 10-year warranty for the battery. Eric says, Nick, you do have to be a little bit of a masochist to be a beekeeper.
What does that mean?
Masochist is somebody who likes pain. I do want more tattoos. Alex says, regarding bees landing on panels, bees aren't stupid. Well, ... They will avoid hot surfaces, and they would avoid hot roof panels and such. That makes sense. Yeah, so they might be attracted to the shininess of the panels, but then maybe avoid landing on it due to the heat. I'm not going to say it's a 0% possibility. It certainly could happen. But yeah. Seems like it's not a biggest risk, considering that there is a practice of solar beekeeping. That's seemingly a thing, based on that article I read. Alex says, do any of the BatteryEVO inverters have scheduling capabilities? Yes, they do. They all do. That's actually in the video I was referencing. So the Walrus has that inverter built in, and it has a touch screen menu. So you can check out the menu in it. I open up the settings. We go into priority, and then you go from priority to time of use, and you can set the time of day when you want to schedule for it to charge and discharge. That way you don't have to manually do everything. It'll just do it for you every day. And you can also set it to stop charging or discharging at certain battery percentages too in another window. Michael says veteran discount. Yeah, definitely. We'll definitely give you a veteran discount. Like I said, text us in 747-282-0538. Brian's responding to all the text messages. Say, hey, this is Michael from the live stream. Nick said I could get a veteran discount, and we'll be sure to hook you up. And thank you for your service. Eric says, would a walrus be impacted negatively if I kept it in an outdoor enclosure? It depends, we definitely recommend against keeping it outdoor altogether. We always recommend to have it in like a garage or a shed, or indoors, just to keep it inside and away from any potentially negative weather conditions. The main things that you want to avoid is getting a lot of dirt and dust into the ventilation in the fans, because that can be disturbing for your inverter. And then of course you want to avoid water. So if you do put it in an outdoor enclosure, that's fine. I've filmed a lot of on-site installations and gone back and filmed to see fully hooked up systems after the fact. And a few of the systems that I've filmed with out here in California are built just in enclosures outside. They're like little, kind of like the small plastic based shed type enclosures that you could get at like Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever. And they seem to be fine in there. It's just you got to watch out for water, so you want to make sure it's watertight. You want to watch out for dust and dirt, so you want to make sure it's clean in there. And then, of course, just be sure to reference your temperatures of your area versus the max temperature that the Walrus is recommended to be used in. Usually it's not an issue. Michael's going to be texting us in for a veteran discount, so be sure to hook him up.
I always hook everybody up.
But especially hook up Michael.
Veterans?
Yeah.
Okay.
We just finished the 4th of July. I know you're still feeling a little patriotic.
Yeah, I was feeling patriotic, man.
Anybody's pets get scared with the fireworks, all the booms? Yeah, Oatmeal had a bad time. Very bad time. He was like running away at the sound of them and like hiding. Okay. But I do feel bad because, we just adopted that stray kitten, and I think he was outside during all the fireworks, so he was probably really scared. But yeah, it was really just Oatmeal. Daisy was fine. Stevie was fine. They didn't really care. Just Oatmeal. Yep. Just we've said it before. You know, he's a lot like his dad. He's so jealous too with the new cat around. He's like hissing at us all right now. My dog hid in the basement is what Michael says. Yeah, I had a dog growing up. Her name was Gordy, and she would get scared too, and she would always go and hide in the bathtub whenever there was like stuff that made her scared. Like if there was a storm. I was in Florida, so if there was a hurricane that was like making her scared, or if there was because of the thunder and all that, you know, or if there was fireworks or anything, bathtub. And it was actually like really convenient too, because you know both you know we'd be out of the house all day sometimes, and if she had an issue like where she had to go to the bathroom and was going to have like an accident, she'd actually go do it in the tub, which was a lot more convenient than if it was on a carpet. The name BatteryEVO, what does it mean? Is it that is EV of Evo supposed to mean electric vehicle? No, I don't think officially. I think it really just comes from the word evolution, because we are evolving the battery world day by day. G4 ordered. Thank you. Thank you for ordering, Chad. Appreciate your business, and thanks for coming on here and talking to us about it and ordering from us. Appreciate that. I hope that you enjoy it and it gets to you smoothly. If you have any other questions about how to use it or anything, let us know. We're still here to help. Thanks for everybody who's joined us so far. If you've been listening for a little bit and found anything about this to be even remotely enjoyable, drop us a like. It helps out a lot. It tells YouTube that we're doing a good job in the solar energy niche. You know, it's a good little niche. A lot of solar enthusiasts out there, and we want to meet them. So help the algorithm know that we're doing the thing that we're doing. Alex says, which battery plus inverter combo would you recommend for load shifting? Need about 50 kilowatt hours of usable capacity. For me, I would say that the Walrus G3 Pro would be the best fit. This is a 44 kilowatt hour system, so it just when it's fully charged will be covering almost the full amount that you need. But keep in mind that if you have panels, or if you're mitigating by recharging during the day or at night, that you're not going to run out. Like especially if you have panels, your battery will be backfed with the panel energy as it's powering. So typically you can get a system that's a little bit lower kilowatt hour capacity storage than what your goal is, because the solar is going to help you with it. I would recommend Walrus G3 Pro. 44 kilowatt hours of capacity. It's our best and newest inverter, highest power inverter, highest max surge rating. And it's also the deal of the day today for our live stream. So text us in, and if you're interested in that, we can give you a custom quote. It'll be lower than the Prime sale. It'll be lower than the 4th of July sale, because you came here. So text in. And then if you want to go with something else too, we could recommend some other things. I think Walrus G4 would also be a good potential option for you here. But if you want my what I would go with if I had you know, just freedom of choice, get any system for this to solve this problem, I would say Walrus G3 Pro. Michael says, already spent my wad on BatteryEVO. And you got the #1 fan crown right now, Michael. Shout out to Michael. #1, spent his wad. We love Michael. I almost said blew his wad.
Yeah. And then you did?
And then I didn't, and then I did. It's almost 4 p.m., guys. Day flew by.
You're getting ready to leave, aren't you?
Oh yeah, that's why I said I was here to stop me.
Man, it's so sad around here when Chris isn't here.
It gets darker.
Right.
It goes into the blue, anti-blue light mode.
Serdar might be my shining star, but you're my sunshine.
There it is.
You're my ray of sunlight.
That is blue a lot.
Oh, go home.
All right, guys, you've just joined the Wad Blowers live stream.
I don't like this.
Brian doesn't like it. I've decided not to do it. Hey, Randy's in the chat. What's up, Randy? We just talked about that big old discount we gave you on the Komodo a while ago.
A lot of people are texting. I'm not gonna lie. They're pretty hyped. I've realized now that you use the chat so that you can get 3 to 15-minute dialogue sessions while I'm distracted.
You got my strategy.
That's what it is, huh?
Yeah. I'm a yapper.
And then you use this to go to other businesses and be like, look at how good I am on YouTube Live while the other guy is not even paying attention.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then
Like, look, this guy can't stay off his phone. This
you're
guy's
a video
just
editor,
texting.
so you clip this, and then you just make it seem like you're the hero.
Of course.
All right. I'm shutting it down.
If you don't think everything I make is edited to make me look like the hero. I don't know what to tell
I
you.
should have had your job, huh?
You want to swap? It's not too late.
No, I don't want to talk.
You don't want everything that comes with this.
Okay. I don't know. All right. All right, cool.
You know how hard it is to explain to people what I do? Kima's had an issue with that for years. Like, people be like, oh, what does your husband do? Like, and she'll just be like, I don't even know. You know, like, especially when I was like traveling doing documentaries and stuff, she'd be like, I don't really know how to describe what he does. It's just he makes stuff.
He makes stuff. What is he making?
Because especially like at that time, it was like I would be traveling for docs all the time, and then I'd be doing random freelance. So like I could barely tell you what I was going to be doing the next week half of the time. Randy says, afternoon, I've been super busy at work, so missing some lives. Understandable, no worries, you know. You're not obligated to join every single one, but we do appreciate having you here. Eric says, WADs, OMG. Yeah, sorry, we're going to move away from the WAD talk. Randy, how you been? Guys, it's crazy, this live stream here, you know, it's like, I feel like I have to do all the heavy lifting. I'm just talking, and Brian's just like on his phone or on his computer typing. It's like, I don't know. You even care?
Do I care?
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
I hit a nerve there.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm just joking. I was just playing off of what you said a few minutes ago. Alex said, our BatteryEVO Walrus products UL listed for installation in a dwelling unit. They are rated to be installed in a dwelling unit, no problem. There are actually no permit needed for them because of the fact that they are on wheels, so you don't need a permit. The Walrus itself is not UL listed. We do have UL listed podcasts. Sorry, I was literally thinking about something else. UL listed products. We have UL listed products on the site.
Hey, you know what? Nah, that's not fair. You're gonna have to get a text thing too.
Okay,
and then you're gonna...
set me up with a number. I could take a commission or two.
Jeez.
Eric says Nick is the champion of the live stream.
It's not even fair.
Thanks, Eric.
You've completely imperialized this live stream. I'm gonna go back to doing 1v1 Google Meet sessions.
Michael says Team Brian.
I don't know what is. I'm discounting all the YT Live discounts on the site. You know?
Randy says running low on my charge batteries are great though. Cool. I understand. Are you when you say running low on your charge, do you mean like your own personal charge? Because I get that. Everybody deals with that. But yeah, the podcast. Gosh, I'm so tired.
You're tired.
Yeah, I am.
You're tired.
I am tired, Brian.
All you do is just talk on chat while I'm mathematically figuring out people's utility bills
That's true. That's true. You have no idea how life is just so easy for me, and yet I complain so much.
That's feels that way.
Michael says hot cheese balls. You are damn right about that.
Oh, we don't have those anymore.
We don't have them around here right now. Chris is back? I thought he was out of here.
Hook everybody up.
Yeah, personally drained. I get that, Randy. I get that. Well, burnout. I took a couple days off.
Anybody wants a
over the
G3 Pro? I'm
beginning
gonna
of
try to
this
hook you up big
for
time.
that
Anybody
reason.
who wants G3 Pro. That was what we were gonna tell Paul to grab. Anybody wants G3 Pro? I'll throw that in there. I'll throw some extra discount for that. It is more expensive traditionally, but I mean price per kilowatt hour they're about the same, so you're getting a bigger bang for your buck by upgrading to G3 Pro. And I mean, for especially for some of you guys who have like the 5-ton ACs, a bunch of mini splits, all electric appliances, upgrading to the G3 Pro is beneficial because of the inverter. So if you have all these kinds of appliances, assume you're gonna need the bigger inverter. Now, if you just want backup power protection or offset some of the appliances to lower your bill, G3 should be able to do it. G4 will get central AC off. And then Pacific would just Well, Pacific doesn't have that strong of an inverter.
Pacific Pro, though.
No, I think it's like the G3 inverter, so I think it's okay.
Yeah.
But it has a ton of LFP battery storage. If anybody that's what they're into, I guess.
Alex says, since they're on wheels, no permit needed, and UL listing is not relevant. Yeah, there's no permit because of the fact that they're on wheels, and it's not like wall-mounted or anything. No permit needed to install a walrus into your home. You may need some kind of permitting, depending on your area, for the sub-panel install, because you need to have a sub-panel on your home, which is a pretty simple install. Every C10 electrician knows
C10,
it.
that was the word.
And it's a quick and easy one. But you might need, depending on your area, some permitting for the panel itself. But for the walrus battery plus inverter, no permits are needed. I don't want to say UL listing isn't relevant, just like black and white. It's not relevant because I don't know your situation. Like perhaps you live or like rent or lease a property where they, for some reason, require you to have a UL product on your unit in order to be meeting the terms of that lease or whatever it may be. So as long as that's not the case, then I'd say it's not relevant. But there's no permits needed, and a whole lot of people have these walruses in their home with no issue due to that. The whole UL listing thing is not a prohibitive thing for people to install it. So we have one Team Nick and one Team Brian in the chat. If anybody else wants to chime in on that, there's gonna be no hard feelings. I think we all know who's gonna win. I think we all know who's gonna win. But
it's not
no
fair.
hard
They've heard
feelings
you
either
for
way.
like an hour and 30 minutes. They've only heard me click.
Yeah, but you're the one giving them the money.
That's true.
I'm just here to fill space.
That's funny. That's true. It's also true.
You guys got any other questions? Let us know. Thanks to everybody who's joined us so far. Drop a like on the stream if you haven't already. It helps YouTube know that we're doing a good job. Likes go a long way in the algorithm these days. Share it too. Shares go like further than likes in the algorithm if you guys want to know about the behind the scenes. But yeah, this is a live stream. My name's Nick. This is Brian. We're streaming from BatteryEVO to answer all of your questions. So if you want to go solar, if you want to go off grid, you're just at the very beginning, you can walk us through what you're trying to do and we'll help you out, give you some professional advice. And if you text us in, number at the bottom of the screen, 747-282-0538, while we're live and say, hey, I'm coming from the live stream, we got an exclusive discount on any product in the store, just for you. It'll be lower than our online pricing, lower than our 4th of July and Prime Week sales. And that's only live stream viewers get that while we're live. So if you've been thinking about getting BatteryEVO and you happen to stumble upon this stream, it's a good chance for you to get it at a lower cost than you would anywhere else. Fallen Solar King, I heard that 48% of people's light bill is AC cooling and heating alone. Is that true? I can't verify the specific number off the top of my head, but I can definitely confirm that the majority of energy spending for residential homes is that AC and heater, definitely. Especially in hot areas like Los Angeles, you can be running that AC, you're running up your power bill big time.
Yeah.
It is, dude, it's hot today. I was doing a meeting earlier, and I was like, connected into it. It was a Google Meet. Like, I was connected in from the warehouse so I could show them one of the Komodos in action. And dude, it's just so hot down there. I don't know how they got the.
Whoa!
Whoa!
This thing is sketchy.
Dude, you almost pulled a Sardar.
This thing is so sketchy.
What was I saying? Dude, I don't know how we got folks working down there. I mean, they got the big fans. They got what they need. Like, just let me say that. Like, there's no issues with how things are down there. But it's hot, man. Working outside and stuff in the summertime. I just went down there for a little Google Meet, and I'm complaining about it.
Yeah, they're working hard for sure.
Building batteries.
Yeah.
Anybody going to see that new Superman movie?
It's alright.
Yeah. When are you going? You going this weekend? Is it out this weekend? Yeah. Gotcha. You like James Gunn's other movies like Guardians of the Galaxy? Hell yeah, I feel you. Just in general, all movies suck. No, I feel that. I for sure feel that. At the time that I worked at DC, I was very saddened by the quality of some of the stuff that was coming out.
Really?
Because I'd want to brag to people and be like, yeah, I'm working at DC, we're working on the superhero stuff, but I'd be like, oh, what are you working on? It's like, well, I'm working on the CW shows. And they're like, ooh. You know, like Green Arrow, The Flash.
Some people like it though. It's
I mean, they have their fans.
I like
they have
watching
their
The
fans.
Flash when I still used to watch television.
Dude, I've told you some of the stories, right?
Yeah.
With the costume of Nadine. Have I told you the Flash costume?
Oh, like where you were working?
Yeah. So I was working on one of the shows that I was involved in was the Flash TV show, and he appeared. Gosh, I don't remember how long my NDA lasts. I might break my NDA, but I've already told so many people this. He appeared in a big crossover event that I was participating in, and basically he did not want to wear a cup on set. It was important for costume reasons for him to wear a cup, but he didn't want to do it because it wasn't comfortable. And so I'll just say that there was not a lot of details left to the imagination in the footage that we received, and we had to pay a visual effects team like a lot of money to go through every shot that he was in and give him what we called the Ken doll effect. So so there's some Flash tea. But yeah, I want to see a good Superman movie. It looks good. The clips I've seen, like he looks good as the role, the guy who they have as Superman. I saw the scene where he's like goes in and yells at Lex Luthor over his dog being missing, Crypto the dog. It looks fun. I like the tone.
DC's just always getting, not backlash, but they're always like, so it's just like, I'm waiting for a good run. I have no.
Did you watch the most recent Batman one with Robert Pattinson? Oh, that one's really, really good. Really good. That one's like one of my favorite superhero movies I've seen. It's really, really just badass. and they shot it really well too.
Especially because these superheroes are like my fave. Like I like the animated, like the Young Justice League.
Mm-hmm.
I like those, and I'm just like it's such a like I haven't seen like a good like
I know.
action one that's like really because I prefer the DC superheroes
Over Marvel.
Yeah.
Nice,
to be
nice.
honest.
I mean, DC's got like really iconic ones. You know, they got Superman, Batman, Flash, Green Lantern, all that. I was obsessed with Teen Titans. That was the one that I was like really into as a kid. Love me some Teen Titans.
Have you set aside some time for Teen Titans Go though?
I haven't watched it. No.
It's like
It's so silly.
I've seen
It's so
unhinged
silly.
like clips.
it's so silly. I would recommend it's funny. It's just so not serious.
Did Kylie like watch that when it was on?
Yeah.
And did you watch like the original when that was on?
I didn't know, so when I saw Teen Titans Go,
I thought you were gonna have like the generational like, oh, I watched this Teen Titans when I was your age. Now you're watching
like
that.
that. No, I'm not like that. I'm all for like the new stuff. I'm open to it. I mean.
Nice, nice. I mean, it looks really funny. Some of the clips I've seen from it are like very unhinged. Like, where I saw some clip where it's like they went back in time to make sure that Batman's backstory still happened. So
one
they
of
like
these, one of the customers who's texting in, their phone is like it doesn't let me send messages back. So if there was somebody who needed a King Kong 2 in the chat, try texting me again to see
it's a 763 area code.
and then we'll see if we can get you a product, but it doesn't let me send back. Otherwise, I'll probably be giving you a call later.
Fong Mai.
I think it's because you wrote back in all caps.
Really?
Sometimes, like, when I send text messages and they're too, like, robotic, in a
Oh,
way,
you might be
I get
right.
flagged.
Whoa.
And then they'll hit us back later, and then I write, like, normal, and then it goes through.
I see. That's interesting.
I think you're right.
Spammy.
Fong Mai says G3, G4. How
Oh.
NEMA 1450 handle 50 amp continuous? Handles it great. The AC in is a 50 amp. So you are set. You are all set. Eric says I texted some additional details about usage, and from what Brian said, it sounds like G3 Pro would be better for my application. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I've been recommending G3 Pro to a lot of people these days for two reasons. It's a very solid amount of battery storage that's very future proof. You know, you have a lot of situations both with our products and especially with other manufacturers who sell smaller size battery packs than we do. People always end up having to go modular and like buying more in the future. So they end up like, I'm not going to name names of other companies, but they'll buy a pack, think they're set, and then like, later Chris, drive safe bro. Later people will realize like, oh, I need more storage, I'm going to buy this. And then before you know it, you've bought a bunch of different packs and you've spent a lot of money with one company over the years. Whereas with the size capacity of like the G3 Pro, which is 44 kilowatt hours, you know, excluding unforeseen circumstances, you get that much power, you're set for the long haul. You're probably not going to need another extension with an average residential home. Now the other reason is the inverter. It's got the upgraded inverter from our other Walruses that is just that much better, higher surge rating, more KVA. It's just a really good unit. I think in my opinion, it's the best all-in-one system that we have right now. Eric, it seems like you already texted in. Let us know if you have any other questions, either through the text or ask here. If you have any questions about that G3 Pro, happy to help. Otherwise, you can just talk privately with Brian, and you can just say whatever you want.
Sometimes when you say these things, they're your choice of words.
I'm not going to apologize.
I'm not asking for an apology. I'm just telling you that it's strange sometimes.
I'm a strange fellow. So the 72 volt 18K G3 Pro inverter is capable of 18 kilowatt output continuously. Can you verify that, Brian?
One more time.
The 72 volt 18K G3 Pro inverter is capable of 18 kW output continuously.
One more time, please. I got thrown off with the numbers.
The 72 volt 18K G3 Pro inverter is capable of 18 kilowatt output continuously?
No. Not continuously. Maybe for surge, but not continuously. The 18K... Wait, 18K?
18K.
I don't think we have an 18K.
The G3 Pro?
The G3 Pro is 22K. Oh, wait. Yes. Sorry, answer
22
is yes.
kVA, 18
Yeah, it's an 18
kW.
kW continuous inverter. Yes, correct. G3 Pro.
Yeah. So you are correct. We have verified it, Alex. Let us know if you have any other questions, though. Happy to help.
I got lost. But yes, correct.
Tell me about it, dude. I like the text you guys sent out. Stackable discount codes. Yes, for real. It's good. Oh gosh. I just received an update from Andy. Stevie and our new kitten Buggy have touched noses. They did a nose boop for the first time. It's official. We got cat friendship in the works.
Is Buggy a Markhart or Walton?
I think if you want to be technical, Buggy's a Walton, but we view Buggy as like, because Oatmeal and Daisy are like me and Keem's, and Stevie's very much Andy's, but we talked about it, and I think that Buggy has 3 parents. So
Okay, so on the paperwork where you guys put just Buggy?
yeah.
I think they asked for like last name too, no?
Then at the vet, it's probably me, because I have it under, because we went to my vet, so it's like he'd be under my phone number, my last name. So
When I had gotten my boxer beagle, his name is Peanut, and I didn't know you had to give him a last name, and at the time I was married, so his name was Peanut Sanchez, and it was so cute because I was like, oh, peanut butter jelly Sanchez.
aw, just Peanut Sanchez is such a good name in general. Like, that'd be such a good name for a character.
Peanut butter jelly Sanchez, it works.
Oh, that's cute. But yeah, I still, the name Buggy, not my fault. It's a cute name, very cute name. But I'm just like, I'm entertained by the fact that we ended up with a One Piece name and that it wasn't my doing.
Buggy.
The character in One Piece is Buggy the Clown.
That's so unserious if like,
Yeah.
he becomes like a little baddie, like.
Oh, yeah. It's a good name for like nicknames though, I've noticed already. Like I'll be like, oh, hey Buggy buddy, or like, come here Bug Bug. It's good. It's good. Let's see. Michael says no free shipping to Hawaii. Yeah, you're right. You got us there. Free shipping to the continental U.S. Alex says thanks. Michael says his neighbor is tapping his power for his grow operation.
Ugh.
Cool.
I don't know if that is cool, if he's paying for it.
Yeah. That's no, that's not cool. You shouldn't tap your neighbor's electricity for anything. I lived in a house growing up that we later, after living in it for a couple of years, realized that there used to be a grow operation in the attic. So that was fun.
If anybody needs G3 Pro, I'm grabbing extra verifications to get better pricing on G3 Pro. So if anybody wants G3 Pro,
G3 Pro.
Are you able to put like this screen on the background for a little bit? This one?
Yeah, just all the
Yeah.
walruses.
Yeah.
Sure.
Or maybe you can swap out the blue bar and put them up there.
Mmm.
You know what I mean?
I do.
Try that.
I do. All right, it's gonna get a little manual in here. You guys are gonna see me doing some cropping and resizing of windows. Hope you're ready. Brian, when are we gonna start a grow up?
Later.
Just later. We all love a good live stream on a Thursday afternoon. The thumbnail for this live stream is so unserious.
You know. I wonder if we never track. Well, I guess it's kind of not easy to track this, but like if we know if the thumbnails help or do better depending on what.
Oh, you can track it. You can do the best way to track it is to do A/B. So like you can upload more than one thumbnail to YouTube, and it'll distribute your video with different thumbnails to different people. And then as it gets feedback on who's engaging with what more, it'll start to make one of them the primary thumbnail. I did that for a couple of our videos, actually. I love energy storage products. I love energy storage products so much. Ask me a question about them. I love products and buying products. Brian's got a song in his heart this afternoon. What's going on here? Guys, I don't know what you're seeing right now. I'm doing a little edit here to our stream deck, so if you're seeing weird stuff on your screen, that's why.
Oh, because they have to see it while you're doing it?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's okay.
That's not a big
Maybe
deal.
they get to learn a little bit about how to, like...
What a creative director actually does.
Yeah. There's a lot of people texting.
Cool.
If you guys are texting in right now and you guys are trying to get a deal, I'm going to be able to get you the best bang for your buck deal on G3 Pro. G4 Plus has a good deal too. Anything with solar is a great deal. That's just for your reference. Damn, there's a lot of people texting. Okay, this is great.
Hey, if you want to set me up with a text number, I'll jump in. I can always help.
No, I want this
You want
to
the
be
glory?
for me and them only.
Oh, it's intimate. Okay. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to get between you and Brian.
You don't need
I'll
to
stay
know
out
the
of it.
secrets of how I be hooking people up, dude. Because then if the word gets out, I'm getting so much trouble.
Uh-oh. Not the Brian Vargas trial of 2026. All right, I got it. You know, you ask and you
Cool.
shall receive.
All right.
So we got the
these are
Walrus
units.
G3, Walrus G4 Plus, Walrus G3 Pro, Walrus Pacific Pro.
Is that the best sizing you got? Or are you chopping something out over here? Or
I don't think I'm chopping anything. Let's see.
that's like exactly
yeah, that's
over the
all of
blue?
them. Yeah, I just cropped it to just be this rectangle out of it right here.
Cool. See, we're utilizing screen space to the best of our abilities because sometimes the background is cool, but it's like, where's the thing that people are here to look at?
Yeah, you're
So
right.
these are the units, right? So we got Walrus G3, Walrus G3 Plus, Walrus G3 Pro in the middle. This is best deal.
That's
best
the
bang
deal
for
of the
your buck.
day. It's
Walrus
also the
Pacific,
product that we
Walrus
most
Pacific Pro.
recommend.
Walrus Pacific Pro, we have like maybe like 1 to 3 units. I'm not exactly sure. This is basically out of stock. This we still have a lot of. This is best bang for your buck. This is the most popular product. The G3 is the starter Walrus unit for anybody who wants to try to go off grid or power a small home or offload a few appliances. G3 should do it. G4 Plus is stronger inverter. G3 Pro is the strongest inverter, double the battery capacity, big battery pack. G3 inverter, big battery pack, bigger inverter.
Okay, so I missed a couple questions when I was setting up the banner up there. Alex says, how does the BMS communicate with the G3 Pro inverter? Is each expansion unit independent, or do they have some sort of CAN bus interface to signal the inverter if there's a problem? And does the G3 Pro inverter have any sort of network control monitoring capabilities? So to answer all those questions, each battery has a BMS built in. The inverter also has BMS built in, and they communicate with each other through a communication cable. It's like an Ethernet that plugs into the battery and into the inverter, and they will communicate all the data to one another that is needed. It does not have remote network control, but it does have remote network monitoring capabilities. So there's a BatteryEVO app that you can download and scan in, connect to your system, and you'll be able to look at your energy usage, some of your battery parameters on a day-by-day, things like that. We actually had somebody in the chat earlier today, I forget who commented it, said that when they're bored, they open up their BatteryEVO app and look at how much money they've saved. Rasan says, is there a way to hardwire the G4 directly to a subpanel so that we are not limited by the 1450 spec, since the inverter in the G4 is capable of 12K continuous and a surge of 16.5K?
One more time.
Is there a way to hardwire...
Maybe, hold up, before you throw anything with like a number at me, maybe you should preface to me like math or something.
Okay.
Because I'm
Math
expecting
alert.
I'm
Number
expecting your
alert.
dialogue, and then I tune it out.
You think I'm just going to hit you with some banter that you can ignore?
Yeah, and I'm just like, yeah. And then I start hearing numbers in
you
there.
guys realize that all just to be me is just to be constantly ignored? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, I was going to say cool, but then I was like, that sounds kind of sad. It's okay, dude. Just look. If you just raise your hand and then like run it, then I'll know that, all right, I got to pay attention because there's math in here.
Okay, hand raised. Is there a way to hardwire the G4 directly to a subpanel so that we are not limited by the NEMA 1450 spec, since the inverter in the G4 is capable of 12K continuous and a surge of 16.5K, hand down?
Somebody did ask this question yesterday, I think in chat. It was a little bit different. So the short answer is yes. Now, you're going to be manipulating the unit, which could potentially void the user warranty. But short answer, yes. I mean, where there's an AC output, you could hardwire that. Take it off, hardwire it. We're not recommending to do so because it's just user warranty. You gotta maybe call a tech and ask. But I think it would void the warranty. But yes, you could do it. I've seen people do it with the RVs, so you can AC output, hardwire into there, avoid the NEMA port if you know how to do it, and then hardwire into your sub panel. But you still gotta use a sub panel. Do not connect it to your main electrical panel. So it's kind of like the terminal points. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean by hardwire, right? Like he just doesn't want to use the NEMA
cable.
port. Yeah. Some people what they have done, I've seen them is that they
the
chop.
G3 Pro has the G3 Pro inverter.
Oh yeah, the
has
G3 Pro.
on the
He's
back.
right. The G3 Pro has the hardwire
it's
terminals
from our other inverters in
on the back
it has
of the unit.
hardwiring terminals already on it.
So short answer is yes, but because you're going to be trying to offload the continuous load, you're risking using up more energy on the inverter at any given time. and then the inverter will be basically running at full speed. So our question now has to be to them is like, do they need to be running it continuously? Like, what's the reason that they want to go hardwire?
So here you can see this is the hardwiring terminal on the back of the Walrus G3 Pro's inverter, and that's unique to this inverter only. Walrus. Rasan says, what is the deal on the G3 Pro? He wants to know the deal of the day.
G3 Pro? Okay, so there's going to be a discount code, and then there's extra YouTube Live code. You got to text in to get the pricing.
So it'll be stackable discounts.
Yeah, but you got to text in. We're telling you guys there's live deals, but we can't tell you what the pricing is because then you guys will snip us later. I've seen it happen. And then you go to the customer support team, and then you tell them that we're hooking you guys up, and then they come and they yell at me and Nick for hooking you guys up. The whole point of this is that we're going to hook you up. But we have to do it right here through the text. If you call in and be like, well, they said this on the white, they're going to be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know about this YT live code. I don't know about how to do that because that's what we do. Right? So
Facts.
Text the number. Let me know what you're interested in. If you're interested in buying today, then that's how you're going to get the best deal because I'll get you an approval on a discount. People are asking about military discounts. We're adding those too. You got to verify you have some type of military verification or ID. You can send that to us. You get a little bit extra discount for military discount, but it's all stackable codes, so you're going to be able to get pricing that's unavailable anywhere. So G3 Pro is the one to go. Big battery capacity, big inverter. Most popular product, G4 Plus. G3 was our old most popular product. It's now maybe the second most popular product. And then we got Pacific and Pacific Pro for large capacity situations. But G3 Pro is probably going to overtake these two, by the way. Like, I think this one will become more popular.
I mean, that G3 Pro is really good. I think that's what I would get if I was getting a battery system right now. That would be my choice. And I think that the market is going to make the same decision. Alex says, is the BatteryEVO app reliant on a cloud-based server? I don't know the answer to that. I guess that it probably is, but I really have no idea. Rasan says, LOL, gotcha, yeah, good info. Not continuous, it's really to get past the potential NEC limitation that's set on the NEMA 1450 outlet.
Got it.
That would be sweet.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's I believe why they have the hardwire terminal on there is so that you have options like that. I ordered a G4 Plus yesterday. It hasn't shipped yet, so if you can convince me to get a Walrus G3 Pro, that would be sweet. All right,
that's such a
Ryan,
crazy thing to say.
I'm ready to see you lock in and do some convincing. Let's see what you got.
What do they want though?
He got a G4 Plus yesterday, but it hasn't shipped. So if you can convince him, he'll upgrade to the G3 Pro.
The inverter's bigger.
What does that mean?
Wait, am I convincing you or am I convincing him?
If
he was already convinced, you now have to.
Yeah, okay, I won't make it harder.
All right.
But it's, for the people. It's not just Rasan, it's everybody out there.
Let me see what the question is. So Rasan, that would be sweet. I ordered G4 Plus years ago, but as a chip, they can convince me to get a Walrus G3 Pro. Okay, so if you need to be convinced, the G3 Pro, it's double the battery's capacity with a much stronger inverter. So if you're in a power outage, you can run bigger draw appliances during a power outage for a longer time. Or you can run a long amount of time on basic appliances. Now, if you have a home that's like, you have like central AC, bunch of computers, and you just don't feel that the inverter on this one will be strong enough to power your home, then that's why you would want to upgrade.
Bless you.
You can always get double the battery's capacity. You can't double up on the inverter package. So getting this is just going to get you a stronger inverter. That's more power output. If your home does not need 18 kW continuous surge charge, continuous power, then you don't really need it, right? It's kind of like overkill, right? You just want the unit to be able to power what you have for a long extended of time. So battery capacity is more important. But I will say this, if you have a stronger inverter, you're technically not loading up the inverter as much, so you can technically run more efficiently, if that makes sense. But it's kind of like if you don't need it, you don't need it.
I mean, everything Brian said is 100% true. It's a great explanation as to the benefit and why you would make that choice. Here's my version of trying to convince you. You asked about hardwire terminals. The product you ordered does not have it. The G3 Pro does. So if you want that feature, you gotta upgrade, buddy. And we'll do it for you nice and cheap. Manny says, is this a bonus live stream? I don't know if I'd call it a bonus live stream, but we are gonna stream 3 times this week instead of just twice. So you could look at it that way. Christopher says, hi, I have a Walrus G3 with 2 batteries. I just need something that will let me use all the panels I have, but the G3 only allows 5 kW input. What is your recommendation?
You're gonna probably try to wait. Which did you have? G3.
Mm-hmm.
He wants more solar. Well, 5 kW usually should do it. But if
he wants to make the full use of it.
Okay, so if he wants to make full use of the panel, it's a wiring thing. So if he runs them all in series, he risks over exceeding the voltage and potentially the solar panel wattage. And so he's probably gonna have to do what they would say 4S 2P wiring. So it's 4 in parallel. No, sorry, I'm so confused. 4 in series, and then a parallel connection. So it's 4, 4, and then a parallel connection between each of these, and then that should get you all of your 8. Wait, but if he's doing 5 kW, is he using our solar kit? Because our solar kit only goes up to 4.
Yeah, are you using?
So that means he's going max power.
Yeah, you must be using a different solar panel kit, perhaps, than ours. Tell us, Christopher, a little bit about your solar panels. Like, what kind of solar panel system are you working with here? That'll help us out a little bit. Rasan says, you got a text. All right, I think we successfully convinced Rasan to upgrade, and he texted you in.
If he wants to change his thing, he might have to call in, and so they can update his order.
Give him a quote, though. Come on.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like on that upgrade to the G4.
Well, I'll give him the
from G4 to G3.
He'll get the YT Live discount,
Hell yeah. Okay.
But he needs to call in. So
Rasan, which one of us is the one who convinced you to upgrade, and who is your favorite BatteryEVO live stream host?
If he says Nick, I'm not getting him a deal.
Oh, come on. That you just like blackmailed him, basically.
Okay, that's not fair. You're right. That's fair. I'll still give him the deal.
I asked Nadine that question yesterday. She kind of dodged.
She
dodged hard.
You want to answer?
Yeah.
What
No.
was it? Who's my favorite?
Yeah.
No, who is your least favorite?
Well,
No,
that's how she
yeah.
dodged. I was like, who's your favorite BatteryEVO live stream host? And you were like, I know who my least favorite is.
As of today, Thursday, July 10th, Nick is my favorite.
Wow. They say that about everything.
Hell yeah.
Look, that's the on live answer, but the job progress report says otherwise.
Well, you know I don't give up. That progress report.
I'm gonna take that W, but you were very specific with the time
Yeah,
and
so it
date,
will
so
change.
it's like it could be different, like literally in 5 minutes. Who knows?
I think on day 1, Brian made it clear that Tommy was always going to be before me. So.
Oh, so because of that?
I see.
Yeah, Tommy's pretty high up on the likable list. I'm not gonna lie.
Rob says, is the Walrus the same thing as the King Kong 2? Yes and no, it depends. So the Walrus Pacific here and the Walrus Pacific Pro, the battery unit that is part of that kit is the King Kong 2. So the King Kong 2 is our big 62 kilowatt hour battery device. and when it's paired with the Walrus inverter or Walrus Pro inverter, that is where it becomes the Walrus Pacific or Pacific Pro. So yes, it is the same as the King Kong 2 in these specific two products. Same battery unit, same battery chemistry, but in the other Walrus units, you have different batteries as well as different cell chemistry. So yeah. Can the Walrus G3 use another inverter? You could plug, so it's Walrus G3 is 48 volts, right?
G3s?
Yeah.
G3s I think are 72 volts.
Okay, 72 volts. So you could plug any 72 volt inverter into your G3 battery and it'll be compatible. The main thing is you just want to make sure that the voltages are the same of any inverter and battery that you connect together. I don't know about putting two inverters on simultaneously. That I don't, not sure.
I don't know why, like, while you were talking, my head just flashed back to being in Mexico and like a restaurant and then like eating food.
Can I go?
And I'm just thinking like maybe just like Mexican restaurant is kind of the vibe to do. Like, I got it. It's Thursday now, so between Thursday and potentially Monday, I should have gone to a Mexican restaurant, sit down and eat chips.
Damn. Do you got a favorite spot nearby?
Nearby, no.
But like in your area?
No. In my area, there's nothing.
You got a favorite spot when you're in Mexico?
Oh, in Mexico? No.
So no favorite spot anywhere.
I don't have any favorite spots because it's like time, place, and cuisine. You know what I mean? Like if you go to different places in Mexico, they're going to be different. I know like my go-to spots here, but in Mex it's like you have to try all of them, and it's like how many times do you go back to the same place? If I went back to the same place consistently, then maybe I could find a favorite spot, but it's still kind of like I'm looking for my favorite spot. If that makes sense.
Got you.
In the here in California, I have like go-tos for each thing. Like if I want tacos, like you could probably go street vendor vibes. If you want burrito, you probably could go to like Silmar, San Fernando. Sit-down restaurant is different though, because it's like the vibes and the food
so
have to match.
Yeah.
You know?
I go to, when I want to take somebody, like say I have like, a friend or family visiting and they're like, oh, you know a good Mexican food spot out here that you can take me to. I usually take people...
Wait, hold on, time out. I just realized that's why they have the things there. So the G3 Pro doesn't have the AC input output?
No, it still does. It's on the side. It still has AC.
I think we're missing one image, like the full side view, no?
Yeah, I should grab
because
it.
You have this one and that one. Where's the other one?
You're right. I need to show it.
But you know it's there.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, yeah.
Alex says, thanks. You're welcome, Alex. Rasan says, sorry, Brian is the one that gave me the hookup initially. Got to go with option 2. All right, so we got a team Brian here. That's okay. You know, I'll be thinking about this later. Okay, we were talking about food. When people come into town and they want me to take them out to Mexican food, if they want to go sit down restaurant, I usually go Salsa and Beer. I like that place. You been there? Salsa and Beer?
Salsa and Beer's cool,
They're pretty good.
I mean, I don't know if I want to like give my opinion on local Mexican food spots.
You think you're gonna get in trouble?
I mean, yeah, because it's like, my opinion might not be everyone's opinion, and it's like it's local, and like I know these places.
You never know when they're gonna need marketing.
It's a good spot.
I think it sounds like you don't like it.
That's insane.
I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm saying that I don't want to pick and choose what's my favorite for local spots.
We just made Nadine pick and choose a second ago out of
different.
us, and that's like a lot higher pressure.
It's not higher pressure.
Dying to be different.
Damn, he walks his own path. He's a Sigma.
I swear.
Oh my gosh.
Yes or no, bro.
I said I do like. It's not my favorite, and I'm not.
Period. There's like, yeah, I like it. Period. But you're just always like, I like it,
But yeah, I'm not gonna give out my favorite Mexican food spot.
Damn. You're not gonna give out the secret?
No,
Okay.
I'm not doing that.
Good though. What do you get?
I like the molcajete burrito. Yeah,
I can't remember what I got from there, honestly.
it's so good.
I signed an NDA
And
with
honestly,
beer.
like more than any of this, the entrees, the like rice that they got there, and like the salsa and chips and like bean dip and stuff. Like I'm usually filled up on that before I even like touch my burrito. So good. I got the giant portions too.
I think Pisados is a good Mexican spot.
I haven't been there.
It's more like tacos.
Nice.
That's pretty cool. They have one in Burbank, and then I think they got famous because they were in LA, and then they branched out to Burbank.
Gotcha.
I know that a lot of people like salsa and beer, too.
It's
very,
popular.
It's very
popular. It was one of the places like when I first moved out here, and I was doing a lot of like
if you
film
drive by there, they
networking.
got a line.
Oh yeah,
They got a
yeah,
line.
yeah.
Dude, why does your parking lot suck?
Yes,
Like
dude,
three-
it's horrible.
I think there's 3 in the valley, and they all suck.
It's so hard to find parking. I always have to park down the street and then walk.
Yes.
Manny Gomez says, "Has Nadine ever been on camera?"
No.
No.
Well, maybe. I
don't
think maybe
she-
when she's rolled in the walrus before.
I don't think you want to, right? You're not trying to be on live streams.
What? Shy.
Sorry, guys.
Thing says,
Shy.
You were on stream once, though. I remember, like when you first started working here, Brian was like, "Just sit on the walrus while we're on stream."
Oh, we did do that, yeah.
Yeah. And you were like working off your laptop.
That was funny.
So,
Yeah, I was sitting on the walrus.
yeah, back in the old office. Rasan says, "Okay, now I'm hungry." That makes all of us. We were talking about getting sushi earlier. Is that happening? Are we gonna go get sushi?
We're doing that today?
I think it's a little late. I mean, it'd just be you, me, and Nadine now.
Should we get the chief to take us?
Nah, I don't feel like going.
Oh, wow. That is
I
so
don't feel like
messed
doing that
up,
today, dude.
dude.
I'm sorry. I don't want to have those conversations anymore tonight.
I swear.
Dude, you bringing up Little Tokyo though earlier made me want to go. It's been a little bit since the last time I went to Little Tokyo. I think it's been like maybe a couple months since the last time I went down
Oh my
there.
God, I think I've gone like almost a year.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Wait, no. I used to have red hair. That was like 2 years ago.
Damn.
Yeah.
So it was dangerous for me to go. I want to buy too many anime like figurines. I think I showed you I have like that like shelf in my room with like a bunch of like nerd shit and
I think the Sanrio store also got really popular within the last year. Like I've seen like TikToks where there's like lines. So I
Yeah.
can only imagine if that's popping, all the restaurants are busy and everything else is super cool. Just that little area.
dude, and I mean, gosh, I need to learn to shut up about One Piece, but they're building a One Piece like official store and like restaurant in Little Tokyo right now. I think it's gonna open next year, and that's gonna like pop off.
Oh, for sure.
You know I'm gonna be there. Manny says, "Did we go from Cheesecake Factory to Taco Shop?" I mean, guys, we could do a food crawl. We could go Cheesecake Factory, then Taco Shop, or vice versa. You know, for my most loyal live stream viewers, you can have any food under the sun. Rasan says, "Sorry, bro." It's okay. I don't need to be everybody's favorite. Just the fact that you considered me at all, you know, that I was even in the running as your favorite BatteryEVO live stream host, it means a lot, you know. And Brian did give you the hookup. He earned that. You know, who am I to take that away from Brian? What do you think? Should we start to wind this stream down?
I think you should let it go.
You think
Is nobody asking us chats no more?
Chat has slowed down a little bit, but if you're still getting texts and
everybody's still
viewers are
texting
still
in,
coming
people
in,
are
then
coming
we can keep
But we
it
got to
going.
remind them to text us something. These are or to chat in the chat box. These are the units that are available right now. I don't know. You know the dialogue.
Yeah, I mean the walruses. These are also the ones that we got the best deals on right now. Brian was about to start, but you know that the repeating spiel is kind of my thing. I think that's why I'm everybody's favorite host, is because I got the dialogue. So
You haven't been upgraded to host.
what? What am I doing then? If I'm not hosting?
If it's a verb, then maybe. But if it's like a position,
Okay.
I don't know if host.
We'll agree to disagree.
Yeah, you're in the AI video too.
Yeah, I'm literally like I put myself in that, dude. The narcissism is out of control. What was I saying? Brain fart. Oh yeah, the
Are
spiel.
you sure the G3 has 250 amp AC ports?
You want me to go check? I'll
Yeah.
go down there and check right
Yeah,
now.
take a picture.
Does it come with the cables?
It should be nearby, yeah.
Look in the look at the listing if it comes. With
Oh,
the
I see what
cables.
you're saying.
Like if it comes with the
Yeah.
50 amp cables, then it has to have them.
Right? Okay. That's a good point. Yeah, it does. No, it doesn't. It only has one. Oh man, he might be wrong. I don't think it has two.
Someone said they're calling you about
That's fine. That's great. Alright, so everybody's texting in. So remember, these are the units. If you guys need anything else besides the home battery packs, I mean, we can hook you guys up on just about anything. But these are the best deals we have. So if anybody needs to go off the grid, offset their electricity bill, power outage protection, these units can do it. You guys can ask questions about either one of these units, what makes them different, how you can power them. If you text us down below to the your utility bill, we can figure out how much usage you need, or you can say it in the chat so we can talk about it on the live. If you need to get a discount, text below and I'll hook you up. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about on this show. So I would consider asking something in the chat because it would help you, it would help others. You can get a good deal. It makes this YouTube live make sense in the long run. Otherwise, we're just talking about random stuff like favorite taco spots and Love Island and cats and what else did you guys talk about while I wasn't paying attention? There's at least 4 different off-topic topics.
you were paying attention when we were going off about water.
Oh yeah, the water, sparkling water. So yeah. So in the meantime, ask a question in the chat about how to go off the grid. I can explain it to you. The background has this Walrus commercial, but if we need to change it for anything, we can change it. We can show you how the sub panel installation goes. We can show you how to go completely off the grid. If you don't have solar panels, these units will still work in your home. But it's up to you to tell me what you need or what you're trying to do, and I can tell you the hookup or the setup for that. But again, YouTube live pricing will be unavailable once this stream goes out, and that's that. Okay, so the Walrus G3 Pro does not have 2 AC ports. It has an AC input, I believe, and then it has the terminal points in the back to hardwire into your thing. I saw it. Yeah, we figured it out. I figured it out through the cable too. So Nick was wrong.
I lied on TV.
Lied on TV. I hope you're happy. I didn't know. I thought it did happen.
I was wrong.
So then, does it have AC input or AC output? AC input? I think it's AC input.
It's AC in back there.
sure.
AC
But what
in
about
and
the
AC
port?
out.
Where's the? Okay, so you're gonna have to hardwire. So
Yeah.
it does work similar to like a.
It doesn't have the traditional 50 amp port.
So then, what do we wire that into?
I think you just got to hardwire it.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's better for.
What
electricians.
cables are included with it?
So hang on, let me get this guy's deal first.
How much does the G3 Pro weigh? Michael says, order placed. Thank you, all three of you. Thank you. How much does the G3 Pro weigh? Let me look at the, because the G3 Pro is 2 regular G3 batteries, essentially. So it'd be twice that weight. Look at this, I got our own ads popping up when I try and Google. Not my spec sheet. The G3 Pro weighs 441 pounds.
If I've texted you or you've texted in and I haven't responded, text one more time so that it goes to the top of the feed. It does kind of get buried. I'm trying to go through them all. And then some people I respond to and then they don't respond back, so it's kind of flooding the feed. So if you're ready to go or you're like looking to get a question answered or something, just text one more time. For product questions and product setups, ask it in this chat so we can go over it. You can also ask it in the text message, but make sure you ask it here so that we can talk about the situation online. But to get the deals and the pricing, you gotta text in. We're not gonna give out any codes or pricing over the YouTube live. You gotta get that through the text. But we can talk about your setup through the chat. You can ask about any of these questions. You can tell Nick that he's not the favorite host. All in this chat here.
I was Nadine's favorite host at July 10th, 2025 at 4:23 p.m. and that's all that matters.
Yeah, but tomorrow it'll be a different story. So you're thinking about today. I'm thinking about the future.
That's what we do here at BatteryEVO. We plan for the future. And if you want to plan for the future, text us in at 747-282-0538. We'll give you that exclusive live stream discount, and that's what we call a transition, folks. We'll be live stream for just a little bit longer. I can keep it going if you want.
Yeah, just keep it going. It's good.
All right. Do you want me to do? You want to do one of the later ones where if I have to go, you want me to just keep it
Just
on?
leave it. Yeah, it's fine.
All right.
I stay here till like 7. Texting people anyway.
Cool.
But they have to be willing to go, because then I'd be giving out codes and I'm getting in trouble for it. And then they're just like, I just wanted to know what the price is. Goodbye. And then I get in
Guys,
trouble.
Do you
for
hear
sending
the
out quotes.
seething rage behind Brian's voice when he's saying that to you guys?
I get in so much trouble, dude. I had like, we have to have extra meetings to be like, why are you cooking it up? It's like you're ruining the flow, and I'm like,
See, guys, I don't get stuck in those meetings. They just let me leave. I'm playing Elden Ring, and Brian's explaining why he hooked you up so much.
and then I'm in trouble for it, and then I'm in trouble because I hook up people on Komodo, and then I'm in trouble because I hook up people on the brand new unit, and then I get in trouble because I give good discounts on the solar kit.
And then
for
we
this
come,
one.
and then we come in the morning. They're like, "When are you live streaming? Are you live streaming today?"
Yeah, and then it's like, geez. Not only do I set up the opportunity for our customers to haggle with us directly, which is not available on any other website, by the way. I know I've set up plenty of e-commerce websites before. No e-com site, Amazon.com, eBay, well, kind of eBay maybe. But they don't let you haggle with the pricing. And then I give you guys special pricing unavailable, and then you guys are like, nah, never mind, and then leave, and then I'm in trouble for handing out discount codes.
Let it out, Brian.
So it's like, if you're ready to go, text in. If you just want to talk about the units and learn about the situation, ask it in this chat. Because then I'm over here trying to offer you codes, and then I get in trouble.
Let it out. Don't hold those feelings in. Alex says, the King Kong 2 units, how exactly does one move that into the house or area we'd be using it in? Those are listed at weighing 30 pounds. Yeah, no, these guys, they're huge. They're huge batteries. And I'll answer your question, but before I do, I'll touch briefly on like battery chemistry, because we get asked a lot like, oh, how come some of your batteries use NMC? How come some of them use LFP? The reason why we use NMC and why a lot of electric vehicle manufacturers use NMC for batteries is because high density, you can get a lot of kilowatt hour capacity in a smaller, lighter package like the Walrus G4, G3, etc. Whereas LFP, which is generally more popular, it's had better marketing over the years, although the chemistries are overall pretty similar. The LFP cells, you need a lot more of them and a lot more like volume of space taken up by them, a lot more weight in order to get higher capacity. So that's why you'll see a product like the G3 Pro, which is made up of 2 small batteries.
So this is a good idea.
Yeah, no, it's good. I'm gonna keep it. Like the Walrus G3 Pro, that's 2 smaller batteries, is 44, and this is 62 kilowatt hours. But this one is like literally, I mean, we just answered the question. This one's like 400-ish pounds. This one's like 1,200-ish pounds. So we're talking 3 times as heavy for 22 extra kilowatt hours.
You know what always trips me out about weight? All right, so you know how like it's like the British pound or whatever, right? Like that, not the US dollar.
Mm-hmm.
And so back in the day, everything was like based on scale and weight, right? And so
Yeah.
I was like, how much does something weigh? Like, 15 stone, right? That used to what they used to say, and it was kind of like you're balancing between 150. Like how many? Like if you had to sell this back in medieval time, and then the guy was like, how much does that weigh? And it's just like, oh, like about 4,362 stone.
Dang.
And then he's like, I don't know, I don't believe you. And then you'd have to get a scale, and you'd have to put the unit on one side, and then something of equivalent weight on the other side for it to balance out before you can transact this product.
Good luck doing that with a Walrus Pacific.
Like imagine you're paying with nickel, right? So now you put the Walrus Pacific on one side, and then you have to bring out your bag of nickel and then put the nickel on the other side until it balances, and then only when it does could I be like, you can now take this battery home. I will take this immense load of nickel with me.
That's so inefficient, dude.
That's not gonna work.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't really think about that. Alex, I'm going to answer your question. You said even 440 pounds, that's like entering forklift territory. So the 440 pound units are easy because they have wheels on them. You just roll them around, like the G4, G3 Pro, G3. Those all have wheels on the batteries, so you can move them around fairly easy. The inverters are still heavy. When you lift them out of the box to put them on the battery, we recommend having 2 people lift them. They're still heavy. But to answer your question about moving a Pacific or a King Kong to forklift, for sure. When we use them around here, we often use our forklifts because we have forklifts in the warehouse. But there's also like hand, like crankable, you know, those like dolly. There's probably a word for it that I don't know. Those like dolly that you crank up. That's like kind of like got the 240. Yeah, the pallet jack. Yeah. Pallet jack is a really good way to move around the Walrus Pacific because it's size of a pallet.
If anybody wants one of these, not only will get you YouTube live pricing, but we might have some mini pallet jacks still in the warehouse. We will give you one of these if you get a Pacific.
Oh yeah, I forgot we could do that. Yeah, we can.
Only for limited quantities though. I
not
know,
everybody.
We might have sold out of those, but if we have them still, let us know if you want this or this, and then we'll get you one of those.
We were throwing in the pallet jacks. If we still have one, we'll throw in a pallet jack for you.
Is there a way that maybe, like, this is good right now, but now for the future, we need some like iconography or something that maybe shows the specs?
Yeah, I can make
so
a
they
custom,
can quickly look at it and be like, oh, that's the difference.
Yeah, before our next live, which will be tomorrow, I'll make like a custom banner that I can import in here.
Okay, cool.
That's like maybe has a little animation.
Maybe
to
it could have like
catch your eye.
It could maybe have the inverter, the battery, maybe the weight, and then like a key feature. Like people are asking about like, does this have double MPPT? Like, no, only this one does.
Yeah,
right.
I'm cool with that.
Just maybe something like that. Like what makes each one of them special? As maybe why they would pick it. Because right now they just all look like gray boxes.
Yeah.
So if we had some kind of value or something that would show them like what is what, then they'll probably.
For sure.
Probably entice them to ask.
Guys, come back tomorrow. You're gonna see a more enticing Walrus banner. But yeah, I got you. I got that. No problem. Niall says, does the battery age if it just sits around? Yes. I mean, you
don't
want
wanna
to
do that.
You want to use your battery. It's best for your battery's health and longevity to be used. You got to keep those cells active. Now, I'll touch on one common thing that we get asked about with the long-term battery use too is like people will say, oh, is it like my iPhone? Do I not want to drain it all the way down to 0 and then charge it all the way back up? Is that bad for it? Generally, yes. We have deep cycle charges, so you can take it down really far. But usually you either won't need to take it down to 0 unless you're like in an outage situation maybe. Because you'll recharge before it hits 0 in most circumstances. But generally, if you do realize that you're going to be hitting 0 regularly with whatever schedule you put it on, I would recommend adjusting that so you're not hitting 0 regularly. Because it's like, if you have your walrus for 10, 20 years, and you're hitting 0 at the end of the day, every single day, the walrus where you're not hitting 0 every day is going to last longer than the one that does. And same is true if you're not using the battery, if you just get it and it's just sitting, not being used daily, that battery isn't going to last as long as a battery that is used daily. You guys got any other questions, let us know.
A lot of people are asking about G3 Pro.
Great.
Let us know if you guys want that unit. What tends to happen is that they become very popular and they sell out really fast, and then people hit me up 6 weeks later like, now they want it, now it's gone.
It has happened over and over again. He is not bluffing. If you are genuinely interested in the G3 Pro, at the rate we're going, it's probably going to be sold out by next month. Is that
Maybe
accurate?
No, man, like this month.
Really?
Like maybe like a few days.
Don't say that.
Well,
I mean,
it's
I
a
guess we've
G3
done
Pro,
our,
there's only a limited amount of inverters that we have.
Yeah, you're right.
Right? It's about the inverters. So the G3 Pro is sharing the G3 battery pack, but it's got the bigger inverter. It's been optimized to take the bigger inverter.
You're right.
So, yeah.
Hey, if they sell out, that means we've done our jobs.
I mean, yeah, but then people are gonna feel like I should have done it, and it's like,
Yeah.
we're trying to hook you up.
All right, well, it's about 5 o'clock. Brian's going to stay on stream, but it being 5 means it's time for me to get in my car and drive away. So, you guys got any final questions for me? If anybody wants to just like hop in real quick and say, hey, Nick, you actually are my favorite live stream host, before you go, I want you to know. I'll let you have that opportunity. Rasan probably changed his mind. Is like, you know what? I've been mulling it over. That whole thing I said about Brian is not true. What's the difference between G3 and G4
See,
Plus?
we're gonna put the specs.
I'll do it.
G3, G4 Plus. The difference is the inverter. The G4 Plus has a bigger inverter, has a stronger inverter than the G3.
And the G3 Pro has a stronger inverter than the G4 Plus. So
that we're just saying the same thing. All right, so let us know what you're trying to power.
Rasan said, yeah, Nick, you're right. You're my favorite live streamer.
Wow.
All right, and with that, I am out of here.
That's crazy.
Thank you, Rasan. You're my favorite live stream viewer. All right, guys, I will see you. We're going to be streaming again tomorrow. I will see you on tomorrow. Later, guys.
We're gonna let the live chat go on because sometimes people are texting me all the way till like 6-7 p.m. anyway. So if you have any questions, you have to ask in the chat. If the chat starts to die out, then I just won't continue the chat. There's no point. But if anybody still wants a battery pack, just text the number below and we'll hook it up. The 4th of July sale will end tomorrow, which means the prices of the units will go back up. And then while we could still get you YouTube Live discounts, you're probably not going to get them at the 4th of July pricing. So ask a question in the chat if you're trying to figure out how to use one of these, which one you would use for your home, or what your power situation is, whether you're off-grid, you spend a lot on utilities. Let me know, and then I could give you recommendations on any of these units, and then if and when you're ready to go, you can text this number down below, and I will hook you up with extra discounts that you might want. just got a text in. Oh man, I gotta have this live chat open. All right, so Hassan said that Nick is his favorite YouTube live guy. I think he's lying, but it's okay. If anybody's just joining, we were talking about the different units. If this is your first time to the live, you can use this live to get special pricing on any unit on our website, specifically the Walrus series. You can also use this YouTube live to ask questions about off-grid battery packs, how to go off-grid, how to lower your utility bills. These are solar battery kits, but that doesn't mean that they only work with solar. They can work without solar. They can also work with gas and diesel generators. They can work with windmills. They can work on your home if you don't have solar panels. The newest unit to the lineup is the Walrus G3 Pro with the strongest inverter and a large battery capacity. The most popular unit is becoming the Walrus G4 Plus. This is a pretty strong inverter. This is actually probably the second best inverter actually. And then starter pack battery capacity at 23 kilowatt hour battery capacity. Then we have G3 which with a smaller inverter for homes that don't have central AC systems or up to 2.5 central AC. Walrus Pacific is a large battery pack with the G3 inverter. And then Pacific Pro is a large battery pack with the second biggest inverter. I think it's a little bit stronger than the G4 Plus. So you can ask about any of these units, which ones you want to know about. I'll get you the specs. I'll put them on the screen. And if you want to know how to wire them to your building, you can do that. I think that the chat is catching on that Nick just left. It seems that sometimes the chat between here and the live feed is a little bit delayed. So if that's the case, just know that we are answering your questions live as they come in, but maybe you're getting the feed a little bit after. But if you want to get like instant answer, just text below, and I'll be texting you. I'll be texting you with pricing, discount codes. What else? If you don't want to talk about batteries, you can ask a question unrelated to batteries. I guess it does kind of help to have Nick with the banter, otherwise it just gets quiet when I'm texting people back. Right, Nadine?
Right.
Cool. I miss when we had the old setup and then like we were all in that one room and then we could just like banter from across the room.
That would have been cool if we all had like little mini mics.
That's true too, yeah. Um, da, 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 da. I gotta watch the chat and the text at the same time now. Alright, so if anybody... Okay, so ARM, Bash, G3 and G4 Plus has the same kilowatt hour battery of 22. So no, the G3 has 22, the G4 has 23. So it's only one difference, but this one has the stronger inverter. Then it's ARM Bass. How much is the special discount price for G3? To get any special pricing, you gotta text the link below, the 747-282-0538. So you guys have seen that the battery packs have been reduced in price for 4th of July. While the live is going on, I'm texting you guys stackable codes, but it's only for people who are ready to go. If you're ready to go, you'll be able to get best pricing on any of these units through the YouTube live and by texting this number. But ARM base, what are you trying to power? Where do you live? Where are you trying to power? Let us know your state and city. And then yeah, Alex is getting it. You gotta text them. They won't say it in the chat. Yeah, that's true. We can't give it out in the chat. That's specifically for you guys. You know, you guys gotta be able to take those and run with them. Even if you call in later, you're not gonna get that deal. So those are the reasons why I cannot say it on the live, because if you watch this a year later, or if you use this to call in customer support and try to get this deal or a better deal, I'm gonna end up getting in trouble. You're not gonna get your deal. No one's gonna be happy. And then it doesn't really build up the community, you know, like this YouTube live chat is basically you guys teaching each other about battery packs. Everybody jumps in the chat and helps each other out, answering questions. Sometimes like there's HVAC people, solar installers, electricians who also jump in here and help. So if that's one of you guys, you know, use the chat to communicate with each other, not just us. So Alex gets it. Arn, if you're hearing me, just let us know what you're trying to power, and then text us in for the special pricing. But at least we can talk about your setup. If you want to know how much battery capacity you need, you can text us your utility bill and I'll figure it out for you, or you can mention your kilowatt usage on the chat. I'll figure it out for you. If you tell me your state and city, we can find out what utility companies are in your area and how you could benefit from the utility plans that they offer. Texas has nights free plan. So if you have that plan, use any of these battery packs to take your utility bill to zero. If you're in an area with very low solar panel restrictions, I would say go completely off the grid. If you're in an area with high solar panel restrictions, use this to offset your utility bill using your main electrical panel. You don't need to have solar to make this work. Some states and cities in the United States get free natural gas or very, very cheap gas and diesel. You can use those gas or diesel generators to power up these units as well. So there's so many options you can use to power these units. There's a lot of ways you can go off the grid. If you're a commercial business and you need a ton of battery capacity, don't think that these units cannot power your situation. You can utilize multiple sub panels and multiple battery packs and multiple inverters to get maximum output power and maximum battery capacity. So if you're a commercial business, we have the American Business Grant, so we can offer you guys like wholesale pricing if you need to use this for a business. If you want to use this to, you know, maybe you're a solar installer, maybe you're an electrician and you want to sell it to your customers, you can do so as well. There's special dealer pricing for that. But if you can take advantage of the American Business Grant, that's going to get you really good discounts on the units. If you need big capacity, we have big capacity savings. So let's say you need 2 Walrus Pacifics, or 2 or more King Kong 2s, or 5 or more G4 Pluses. That's going to get you in the big capacity savings. If you need a 2 G3 Pros, for example, that puts you in big capacity savings. That's maximum deals. That's even better than YouTube Live pricing. So you can get big capacity savings plus the YouTube Live deal, which will still offset all of that and get you better pricing than anywhere else. But that's for really, really large. You're talking about like you're getting over 60 kilowatt hours worth of battery capacity. But just text in for deal, ask a question in the chat. If the chat starts to die out, then maybe I'll just kill the stream. There still seems to be people in here. Otherwise, you're just going to watch this commercial that Nick made on loop the whole time. And I mean, I guess that's okay. If you guys just want to chat about anything, just ask it in the chat. It doesn't have to be battery related. If you're like a frequent user and you just want to chat in the chat, go ahead and ask. At least we have something to talk about on the chat and we don't have to just sit here in silence. So if you do have a question about the battery packs and how to use them, ask that in the chat. If the chat's dead, I mean, ask about anything. You know, like what's your favorite car? What's your favorite vacation? What's your favorite... If you could go one place on vacation this week, Nadine, where would you go?
Sorry?
If you can go to one place in vacation this week, before the weekend, so before Monday.
Japan.
Okay, that's
Japan.
That's fast. Why Japan?
Because it's so pretty.
If someone calls in right now and gets a G3 Pro, I'll get Nadine tickets to go to Japan. I'll get her flight tickets to go to Japan. I guess that's cool enough incentive. If anybody gets a G3 Pro, Nadine gets Japan trip. You'll be able to go if I do this?
Yes.
Okay, she'll be able to go, so then she'll then post something in the stories that she got there. So if anybody gets a I should raise the stakes a little bit. G3 Pro with 3 battery packs, I'll send her to Japan. That way no more Nadine Nick banter in the chat. I don't like that. I don't like the live being taken over. So we'll send her to Japan. Nick will never come back. And then we'll continue talking in the chat. So if anybody wants G3 Pro 3 battery kit, somebody might just win Japan tickets. I'm just going to send you to a remote place in Japan. You're not even going to know where you're going.
Aww.
I'm just going to get tickets and be like, says Japan. I never said Tokyo. You never mentioned Tokyo. You weren't specific.
Well, there's like several parts. Like obviously, like there's like the bustling, like busy part of Japan, and then there's also just the more quieter touristy places. Doesn't have to be like the main spot.
Okay, so Japan is your spot. If I could go to vacation, I would go. Where would I go? Somewhere where there's water and I could cliff dive. That tends to be my go-to activity. I guess it doesn't matter. If there's sharks, it raises the stakes. If there's no sharks, then it's just I'll jump in a couple times.
I'm just kidding. Isn't like the statistics of like getting attacked by a shark like super low?
It happens.
but it's like super low.
It's
Like, I
low
feel
but
like
never zero.
I feel like it's more dangerous to like you'll encounter like something scarier like being on a boat.
That's true. Fishing's pretty dangerous.
Yeah. You guys are doing a live again tomorrow, right?
Potentially, depends on my mood. Tomorrow's the last day of the 4th of July sale.
Oh.
That's for sure. We might go YouTube live tomorrow, but it's no guarantee. There's never a guarantee. So it's a maybe. There's never a guarantee because we get busy sometimes. Then, Rahik Crump said, what are the deals you're offering? If you want to get special pricing, there's deals on all these battery packs. But to get the price, you got to text in below. Rahit, if you're still hearing me, what are you trying to power? What is your power problem? And then let's use one of these to create a power solution. Where would you send her for a G3 sale? That's what Randy's saying. For a G3 sale, we'll send her to Costco to go get some chicken bakes. That's fire. You like the chicken bakes from Costco, right?
Yeah, they were good.
If Randy buys a G3, because he's asking what I would get you if you got a G, I would send you to Costco to go get 2 chicken bakes.
I was about to say, make it 2.
Yeah, it's 2 chicken bakes, 1 for you, 1 for me. And then, Randy, if you want a G3, I mean, are you really just going to do it just to send her somewhere? If that's the case, I'll raise the stakes a little bit. Maybe I'll send her somewhere cooler. But Costco chicken bakes are pretty fire. So, that's definitely on the table. If anybody in the chat has a Costco in their area, do you like going there? Is there good deals at Costco? And then do you like the Costco chicken bake? What's your favorite Costco food item? The Sunday's pretty fire. The Costco Sunday's fire. The chicken bake is gas. The pizza's pretty good. And I don't really ever get the hot dog, but for sure it's top tier hot dog.
You're talking about ready to eat stuff. Not
Like the Costco cafeteria.
Oh, okay. No, I only know the pizza and the chicken bake.
And the chicken
the
bake?
Sunday.
We should probably get one of each next time. What are BatteryEVO and Big Battery the same company at one time? From Protetheus. That's kind of half true and kind of half not true. So BatteryEVO is a battery manufacturer. Big Battery is a battery distributor. So at some point in time, the BatteryEVO products did manufacture the Big Battery products. That no longer is the case. So BatteryEVO can now sell to you at a better price, direct to consumer, whereas Big Battery will distribute battery packs that they now source on their own. So kind of half-half. So the question is like kind of yes, but not necessarily. They're two different brands. Big Battery is a brand. BatteryEVO is a manufacturer. So that's what that is. But again, use the chat to ask a question about the battery packs and how you're trying to go off the grid. If this is your first time joining, we can use this chat to talk about the battery packs, but you can specifically use it to get a good deal by texting the number below. Okay, I'm still texting people now. And so I'm trying to hook everybody up. Okay, so I think Lance is back. Lance had a bunch of questions last time, and then I think texted me a bunch of questions. So now we will continue with the Lance Kruger photography saga. So Lance asks if you have the walrus between the main panel and the sub panel. Hang on, I gotta answer people. Alright, so if you have the walrus between the main panel and the sub panel plugged into the two 220 volt plugs in the side of the walrus, where would you plug your inverter trifold generator without having to unplug a cord from your main panel grid into your gas generator, into the walrus, or into a generator port between the main panel, sub panel, or into the PPV plug? Yes, the saga continues. Okay, so you're asking if you have the two AC ports utilized. So you're grabbing power from the grid and then powering your home. Where are you going to put the generator? So this situation is tricky. You probably can't do both because you have to utilize the AC input to put the generator into the walrus. So it'd be one or the other. So it'd be kind of like if you have the grid and you want to use the grid, keep it plugged into that. And then only charge and discharge with your time of use settings or when you need to recharge. Now, if you want to utilize the gas generator, I would assume you don't have grid power. So you would then use the generator. There's not really a reason to use both unless maybe I'm thinking you want to increase the state of charge, like how fast you can charge. In this situation, I think you can charge. No, you wouldn't be able to. You could probably connect to the DC connection on the battery pack. Now, I don't know what connections you would use to do that, but I think you could go gas generator to DC input and then grid into AC input. But that could just overload it. I don't really think there's a situation why you would need to do this, but there's probably a way. You could probably use the DC input to get this extra charge. But you're not going to be able to do both because you're still only limited to the 50 amp AC input anyway. So perhaps G3 Pro might benefit you in that situation. But Lance, maybe you could remind us what you're trying to power by putting it in the chat and letting us what you're trying to do. If anybody's just joining the chat, I see people still jumping in. If you're just joining, text below. I'm going to cut this stream out soon. And then YT Live discount is out the window. You could still utilize the fact that we have 4th of July pricing until tomorrow. After that, the prices will go up. Please take advantage. Then you guys are calling me later on saying that you can't get a deal, you can't get this price. Brian said this price, but now I can't get that price. It's because we're on YouTube Live. That's what it's for. Text the number below and I'll hook you up with a deal. If you're not ready to go, just ask a question in the chat so we can analyze your situation. If you go back to the beginning of this feed, we had someone call in, so we had a live caller on the feed, and we went over their utility usage, we went over their AC systems, we gave them a really good recommendation on a good battery pack. If you need a big capacity unit like one of the ones over here, I'm going to be able to get you best pricing on these. If you're getting a starter kit, these two are the best ones to go for. If you want to get a battery pack that's not one of these, ask in the chat, text below, I'll hook you up. If anybody's a veteran, military, active member, text in, I'll get you extra discount for that. You will have to verify that you are military, but I'll hook you guys up for whatever you need while the YouTube Live is going on. Um, uh, I think I'm getting your text messages in here. I have 2 solar inverters connected to my solar panels. So see, like questions like this, I think Rahit's the one who asked this when he texted in. Ask this question in the chat and then text in for special pricing so that we can talk about it on the live. But so somebody here has 2 solar inverters connected to their solar panels, 19.83 kilowatt hour. What would you suggest I look at? I don't know. I looked at the Walrus and King Kong previously. So Rahit, it seems that you already have a inverter and battery pack. Wait, do you have a battery pack? So some of you guys have those SolArc inverters in your home. You're probably going to need to pair a 48 volt battery pack. Now, if you have SolArc microinverters with your solar panels, that means you don't have a home generator. So if you already have a 48 volt home inverter, you got to pair it with like a King Kong 2 48 volt battery pack. That's going to get you backup power. If you don't have a battery pack and you don't have an inverter, you need an all-in-one system because you need an inverter and a battery pack to power your home. Whether or not you use solar panels is up to you. If you have grid-tied solar, maybe you don't have an inverter, and then you might need to get an all-in-one unit. No battery backup. Okay, so Rahit, you probably make sure that SolArc inverter is 48 volt. It most likely is. It has terminal points. It has red and black terminal points. You can pair those to the King Kong 2, which is the battery pack in this picture. This is the Walrus, but the King Kong 2 is the 48 volt backup battery. That should connect to your 48 volt SolArc inverter so that you can get battery backup. And you can use your existing system the way it is, and you just need to connect red and black to your inverter, and then the Anderson cable to the King Kong 2, and then boom, you got backup battery. You got backup battery. Lance is coming back in by saying needing to able to cover the worst case daily average usage of 32 kilowatt hour during the 2 highest bills. If you're trying to cover your daily usage, you don't want to stack both of those. You need a battery extension. So you want to do like what's going on here with the G3 Pro. That's 2 battery packs. Or get a G3 or G4 Plus with extension. That'll get you over the 32 kilowatt hour, and then you're in a better situation there. You want to be able to have enough battery capacity to create a buffer. If you're just like using it and charging it and using it and charging it, it's not as efficient. The battery packs are designed to create a buffer. When there's no energy, you're using battery pack power. If you're using the battery all the time, you'll deplete it every time, and then you'll still be back to the situation you're in now, where you're either using the grid or you're using a generator for backup, right? So the whole idea is to create a big enough buffer. If anybody's just joining, ask something in the chat. We might kill this soon, but you can go ahead and ask in the chat or text me below for a special deal. Needing to be in South Texas, so yeah. Lance, you might want to consider getting extension pack. This will cover you for times worst case scenario. More battery capacity is usually better. Can you text me the pricing for King Kong 2? I will talk with my solar installer too, as I'm not super familiar with the setup. So Rahit, this battery pack is just a battery pack install. It's not a solar install. So you could technically do it by yourself. The King Kong 2 comes with the DC connection that connects to your inverter and to your battery pack. Go look at your inverter. You probably have terminal points. It's like a little screw with plus and minus, black and red. You put the terminal points in there, and then you connect the Anderson cable to the other side of the Pacific. If you can figure that out, you can install this without having to get a solar installer. If you don't have any solar install going yet, I would consider doing a off-grid solar install with one of these. versus a grid-tied solar install. So I'm hooking everybody up for now. This is gonna cut out soon. But I'll hook you guys up. Nadine, can we get food again?
Sure, what do you want?
Something with gas. It's fire.
Do you want to eat with your hands or with utensils?
I don't like this question anymore.
Right, but it's so like, you know?
Yeah.
Right, top lines near us, fat cells, pollo campero, smash burgers.
Pollo campero. I haven't had that since I was like a kid.
The stand, poke, pizza, Chinese food, Mexican food,
Honestly, poke's pretty gas.
Thai food, seafood, pasta. You want poke again?
Yeah. When did I get last get poke? Like on the weekend?
Yeah.
I guess it's been enough days in between. I still haven't had chicken Alfredo in a while. Poke's cool.
Napkin and fork or napkin and chopsticks?
Fork.
Hold the seed aside?
Yeah.
Really? That's great.
I like it, but I eat it too fast. I'm scared I'm gonna like choke on it. Which is like the lamest thing to say, but I'm trying to be cautious. This has almost happened to me with calamari before because I eat it too fast. Another thing to note, when you guys get the solar kits, yes, you can get the 30% tax rebates on these. You just got to tell your CPA. There's a form you can fill out. You can get it online. So same rules apply. Yes, you get the 30% tax credit. Taxing on the inverter and battery pack. Taxing on the inverter and battery pack. What do you mean by this? I don't know what you mean by taxing. Oh, like what's the tax? Tax is based on your local state and city. Is the Walrus 72N charger the correct charger for a G3 I want to pull from a wall outlet? Yes, the Walrus 72N charger is the correct charger for the G3. Will not work with the G4. Okay? So, Donovan, if that's the case, yes, it is the correct one. Go ahead and grab that to charge from the house outlets. Uh, Alright, if anybody's just joining, remember, different for the G4. Yes, Donovan, they have different because they're different voltages. So you can't use the G3's wall outlet charger for the G4 Plus. They do not match. Just needing this to grid down may only... Alright, so there you go, Lance. Back to the initial question. If you're using it while the grid is down, then yes, you'll just pull off the AC input and then plug in the generator port. Can I trade G3 for G4? I'm not sure if you can do the trade. I guess it depends on maybe, I don't know. Beautiful Life, I'm not sure what the trade, if we can trade them. Might be something you might want to call in and ask about. Now, I don't have customer support anymore. I don't know. I'm actually unsure. You might want to call customer support Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. PST. They're not here now. But if anybody wants to upgrade, maybe call in and see what your options are. I'm not 100% sure what the trade-in policy is. I'm not sure. That'd be something that is... I just don't know. But if anybody does want to upgrade, I don't see... actually, what you could probably do, Beautiful Life, is you could probably get upgraded G3 Pro, because G3 and G3 Pro share the same battery packs. So potentially, I don't know, I don't know, but maybe you could get an extra battery pack and then upgrade the inverter so you can have basically this. So that's a viable option, but I'm not 100% sure if they'll let you trade one for the other. That's a good question, though. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody's still texting. If you haven't gotten a response from your text message, just write in one more time so it goes to the top of the feed. Otherwise, it does get lost in the feed. So many people are texting at the same time that it gets lost. And I don't mean to ignore your questions. It's just that I'm trying to get everybody a deal at the same time. So if that's the case, just text one more time, be like, hey, here's my message, and then I'll read it, and then I'll give you a good deal. So we're still going to stay in the chat. There's still people talking about it. I'm still trying to get you guys deals. I'm trying to read the chats. Nick left. He abandoned everything. I'm trying to get everybody a good deal. Do you recommend installing an EMP shield or surge protector attached to my main electrical breaker box panel to protect my wall from EMP or lightning strikes when it's hooked up to the grid power? I mean, it's always best to add added safety if, that's your concern. Right? I'm not going to say don't add more safety. But yeah, you can install an EMP shield and a surge protector all at the same time. It would protect your battery pack. It'll protect your grid. It'll protect having surges going into your home. I still see people are still joining the chat, so I'll still let it keep going. But ask a question in the chat or text below to get a good deal. I'm trying to hook you guys up. It says it's an inverter. Dang it, I was gonna say something else. All right, so if you guys are just joining, it seems like the chat is starting to die out a little bit. The viewers are starting to go down. If you were joining in to get a deal, text in now before I cut the stream, or ask a couple questions. As long as we're talking in the chat, I can keep the live going, and it helps you and others get deals. Oh, this is what I was gonna do. Dang it. So we're testing out the live chat. I don't know how we're testing it, but we're testing it somehow. So again, ask something in the chat about how to go off grid, and then if you want to get a good deal, ask down below. Remember, we have these units. All of these can help you go off the grid. If you don't have solar panels, it will work with your home. If you're trying to install solar panels, I recommend an off-grid solar system. I'm also trying to answer everybody's questions. So again, if you ask here, I can answer your question. If you're waiting for me to answer your question in the text, I'm lagging because I'm trying to get people good deals. Have you stopped producing the Kong series? Mike Skur. No, we have not. Right now we have the King Kong 2. It's the one that looks like this one. It's the 62 kilowatt hour battery pack. I would assume maybe you're talking about the smaller packs. What happened is that the Kong series in the past, we had the 15 kilowatt hour battery pack, and then we had the 17, then the 19, then the 30. But what happened is that the G3 became so efficient that it basically outweighed what the Kong was. So the Kong was always and still is the biggest battery capacities we have. So to keep the tradition running, the King Kong is now the Kong is now the King Kong 2, which is a 62 kilowatt hour battery pack to start, which goes with these ones. These units have outpaced what the Kong used to be, and we also have the Rhino 4, which is back ordered now, but that also exceeds the Kong. So for that reason, we don't have the Kong 15s, 17s, 19s, and 30s anymore, because the Kong became the King Kong 2. And then now these all have more battery capacity than what used to be the Kong. So it's not discontinued, it's just been upgraded. Panel from the Walrus battery power or the gas generator power. Panel from the Walrus battery power or the gas generator power. If you have grid power, use your grid power. I mean, if you want to just go off the grid, only use your gas generator. That's that situation. Can you charge with a gas generator using power from the Water Street 4 Plus at the same time? So while the generator is charging, is the drain going to the sub? Yes, correct. So you can use trickle charge while the gas generator is running the G3, G4 Plus. You can use the battery pack's power at the same time. It has pass-through, bypass. The same thing with solar. Same thing with the grid. You can trickle charge and use it. Okay, so I got some of these. Some of you guys are sending in photos of your generators. I mean, of your generators, your inverters, and your sub panels. That's good. Send it in, and we're gonna be able to get a better idea of what you have. How many extension batteries can be added to the two G3 batteries that come with the G3 Pro? You can still go up to 8 battery packs. So you can get a lot of batteries capacity. Lance, you have probably like 92 questions on the board now between yesterday's YouTube Live, this YouTube Live, and the text thread we had. If we're getting closer to the part where we're answering all your questions, please text in so I can get you a good deal. If you guys are waiting for the next YouTube Live, remember that there's no guarantee we'll go live tomorrow. Sometimes we do on Fridays, but there's no guarantee. And after tomorrow, the 4th of July pricing is gone. So once 4th of July pricing is gone, we'll always be able to get you a better discount than what's on the site. But I'm not going to be able to beat holiday pricing plus discount plus all that stuff at the same time. So just remember that. Keep that in mind. If you guys are joining, ask something in the chat. I'm trying my best to get everything. If I haven't, just text me back or text again. Try my best. me go back to the chat. If anybody's asking, does this mean I win? Lance, you will win when you get your special pricing. Up until this point, it's just a pop quiz, kind of. How many extension batteries can be added? Okay, so that's the case, yes. The viewers are starting to go down a little bit. But we'll stay online for as long as we can to try to get you guys a deal. If you guys cannot get a deal, then you know, I will have to leave. Check the live. Okay, now the thing is back. What's for dinner? We don't know yet. Oh, maybe Pokey. Pokey might be for dinner. If you're going to use the Walrus to power everything in your main panel, including your AC, how would you need to install a sub panel? How would your electrician install a setup? Or would there just be no breakers on the bay panel and all the breakers in the sub panel? If anybody's an electrician in the chat, go ahead and reach out to Lance and help him out with his setup. But you're not going to want to remove, if you're still using the grid, you don't want to remove the, I think I answered this question for you in the chat yesterday, Lance. You're not going to want to remove all the breakers off of the main panel if you're utilizing the grid, because you still want your grid to operate as normal, right? I mean, that's the whole point. So you're going to install new breakers on the sub panel that wire into your appliances, and that's where your Walrus unit will be connected into, and that's how you'll be able to use your grid and use your battery pack and use your battery pack when there's power outages, and use your battery pack to offload the main electrical panel's electric usage. Is there an ATS built in, or do you have to run the battery to a specific sub panel to not? So Mike, sir, you want to keep the sub panel and the main electric panel separated, so you can use the grid's power to charge the unit, but then you power your home through the sub panel, not in communication with each other. You do not want to create a loop between these two. Some people do manual transfer switch, but keep two of them separate. Don't connect these two. You create a loop, not safe. Those are good questions though, Mike. If anybody's getting the codes or is asking about it, remember this won't be available tomorrow, so it's gonna kind of, if you guys are trying to get it, go ahead and message in. Thanks for the info, Brian. Very helpful, greatly appreciated. Sure. Seems like the viewers are going down. Maybe we'll keep this going if anybody asks more in the chat. If anybody already has a G3 and maybe a G3 with extension and is ready for an upgrade, you can get the G3 Pro inverter, but you're gonna need 2 G3 battery packs. You cannot do this with 1 G3 battery pack. If anybody has any questions, we're still on live. While it matters, there's a few viewers still in here. Seems like it's gonna die out. I don't know. If it does, kill the stream. Seems like people were texting me. But if you guys can't get the deals, I'd like to call you guys directly, but that could present an issue. From earlier?
Yes.
That's funny.
And my coffee, and I was like, oh.
In the area.
He's probably like, I'm sticking around here on Thursdays. I ordered 3 times today, right?
Oh yeah, I think so.
I'm glad. Oh damn, I don't want to come to his.
All right, team, chat. Somebody in the chat, ask something in the chat. I'm running out of time. If you need to get a deal, text in. We're running out of time. If anybody text in right now, I'll hook you guys up big time. I'll do deal of the day. I will do deal of the day. Seems like the chat's dying. It's almost fully gone. If you're just joining now, it's dinner time. I can hook you guys up if you need anything. How long can we go live for? Should we just stay on forever?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm super down. I am. Oh my gosh. Look, I tell you something.
I'm a one-man show.
Oh, you know what?
Okay, so you have no support, nothing. It's just all you.
You know what I mean, and you know that.
No, I don't. Actually.
I'm gonna go over here and tell you what I think.
Didn't
Is
you?
there a napkin?
Yeah.
I can't believe you sometimes.
You're unbelievable. Flabbergasted is what I'm.
I'm achievable. flabbergasted. I was instructed to not eat on stream, but I said I wanted to get you guys a good deal anyway. So if I leave because it's dinner time, you can't get deals. That doesn't seem fair to me. It also proves to HR that I did work through my lunch.
Granted, not everybody got 4. I mean, not everybody got 3. I feel like the max that people got was 2.
Alright, go for it.
Turn it out. Turn it out.
Huh? The price for the polish is If anybody's just joining, ask something in the chat. Please. Otherwise there's nothing to do. Alright, if anybody just joined the chat's kind of dry right now. You can ask something in the chat to learn how to go off grid with any of these units, or you can text in for special pricing. I'm still letting it go for a little longer, but it seems like the chat's pretty much dead. So if that's the case, I'll probably just cut this stream. No more YouTube live, no more discount. And 4th of July sale ends tomorrow, so this is probably the last chance to get this price. At least for a long time. If you're just joining, ask something in the chat, text in for special pricing. Do you have any powdered drink, Nadine?
Do you want liquid IV or the green thing?
That's a good question. I think I'll do. You have the blue liquid IV?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like the package is blue.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll do liquid IV. Right, look, can you throw that in here? And then there's creatine in the cabinets, and then just put like 1/2 a spoon.
Will it mix with cold water, or you need the room temperature water?
It'll mix with cold water. Here's the cap, so you can shake it up. Thank you. Sick. Now we got Drank coming on stream. Whoa, there's what? Seems like the chat is right about ending here. I'm not really sure what else to do. It seems like some viewers are coming back in. If you're coming in, I'm about to kill the stream, so just text in for your special pricing. We're doing special pricing on these. If you just got here, I'll beat any price that's on the internet. Just text in. Do the units connect to your house power panel the same as Generac? Paul Dean, I'm not 100% sure how the Generac connects, but I'm gonna say no. I don't think that they connect in the same way. I don't know. I don't know how you connect the Generac. But the way the Walrus unit is, so I'm gonna tell you how the Walrus connects, and then you'll tell me if it's similar to the Generac. If you want to use a Walrus unit in your home, you're gonna want to utilize a sub panel. The sub panel is going to allow you to move the energy away from the main electrical panel. This is going to help you in power outages. This is going to help you lower your utility bills, and this is going to help you go off the grid. Okay? You're going to utilize a generator port on the sub panel to plug in the G4. That's a plug and play situation. To get grid power into the battery pack, you will install a NEMA port from your main electrical panel to get grid tied charge into the battery pack, and then off grid power through the sub panel. Let me know, Paul, if that's how you do the Generac install. I'm not 100% sure how you do that install. If it's similar, then yes. If it's not, well, that's how you connect ours. Let me know if you need any more information on that. And if you want a good deal, text in this number below. Seems like the chat is kicking back up. If the chat is kicking up and the views are going back up, I will stay on the live to offer live discount. There's still some people who texted me. If anybody wants to request a phone call with me, we can do it after the YouTube live, but I'm only doing that for today only because tomorrow's the last day of the 4th of July. I want to make sure you guys get your deals. I know sometimes you guys want to talk to someone on the phone. Customer support does get hammered with customer support and with sales calls. So sometimes they can't always pick up the call. That's why we utilize the text. But sometimes you still want to talk to someone on the phone. I will do it today only. I'm not going to pick up the phone right this second. But if you text me and say you want to schedule a phone call today after the live, text me and say I would like a phone call today, and I will get you your live deal today. Otherwise, if you have questions about the battery packs, please use the YouTube live chat so I can answer your question directly and help out all the other customers on the live because they might just have the same type of question. I would like a call. Please text it in, Paul. If you tell me here and I close this chat, I'm not going to have your phone number. I'm not going to remember that you told me, so you need to text the number, say I would like a call. And then I'll talk to you after the YouTube live. But please text in, otherwise I won't have your phone number. But if you still have questions, please use the chat while we're here so we can keep talking about. We can talk about Generac. We could talk about Walrus units. It helps not just you, but it helps the users. People join in, and if I'm not talking, they leave. So use the chat to ask a question. Use the chat so that I could answer your question, but text in below to get a deal, special pricing. Can the Walrus tell generator? Prominence, did you change your background picture? I don't think that was your picture before. Can the Walrus tell a generator to turn on? I believe so, yes. You have the communication ports, the generator communication ports that connect to the generator, so I think it can. I think Nick made some videos about how that works. It's on our YouTube channel. But in my understanding, it can. That's what the generator communication ports are for, Prominence. Prominence, have you bought a battery pack from us, or have you just been jumping in on every single live? Okay, got it. So Prominence has bought. I think I've asked you that question a bunch of times. How does it work for an RV? Plug and play, or would it need to be hardwired? Jerry Black. I think you're new in here, Jerry, so thank you for joining. So yes and yes is the answer. So usually the RV yards, they have those 50 amp generator ports like you see right here where the Pacific is. And that's usually how you charge or power your RV at the generator yard. So that's kind of where the idea for the generator port came from those RV yards. So if you're already going to those RV yards, you can charge the Walrus unit at the RV plug-in station with the included cord. Now to use it for your RV, yes, you could hardwire it through the AC output. We did that with an RV we have here. So the way you would wire up a 12 volt or a 24 volt inverter to your RV is a similar fashion how you would do the Walrus units. The benefit of the Walrus units is that it has the AC output that you could then wire. You could chop off, I believe, one of the ends of the AC output cables and then hardwire to that, or you can take off the AC output port, take it out, and then hardwire into that if you're savvy enough. Could potentially void the warranty, but it has been done. We did it with our RV. And then if you fear that the Walrus unit does not fit into your RV space, the top piece and the bottom piece are detachable. So you can detach them and put them in the compartment down below. So in short, yes, you can hardwire it if you needed to, and you could use it the way you're using your RV now if you go to the RV parks to power your RV. Jerry Black, where do you live? What kind of RV do you have? And let me know if that answered your question. The RV situations are a little bit different, but as long as you ask questions, we'll try to find a way to get an answer. If anybody's just joining right now, we were about to cut out the stream, but people are jumping back in, so you could text in for special pricing or ask about the Walrus units above, and then we could talk about going off grid, how to wire them, how to lower your utility bill. If you have a utility bill, go check it now and tell us how much power you're drawing. If you don't know how to read your utility bill, take a picture of it, and then send it to the text below, and then I will gauge it for you. And I'm texting you guys right now with the deals. But Jerry Black, thank you for that question. That's a good question. A lot of people don't really ask about how to use walruses with the RVs. Lance is back. The generator communication port and the 2 green ports on the back of the walrus by where you plug the inverter into the battery. Yes. Those are the communication ports. That's not to charge the battery, but it's the communication port so that they communicate with each other and, you know, dial that in. I realize that dial it in is my new favorite phrase since as of today. So dial it in and then run it back. And then text in for special pricing. If anybody was here earlier and is now back, Nick was here, but he abandoned all of you. And he was asking who their favorite co-host was. So if anybody texts in while Nick's not here, I'll give you a special discount if in the next live you jump in and say I'm the favorite co-host, but I'm only gonna do it while he's gone. So now he has absolute no way of dismantling our potential relationship between favorite co-hosts. And then Prominence comes in and says, I miss Nick. Forget it. Prominence, you're off the Cheesecake Factory team. You're off the Cheesecake Factory team for glazing Nick. I'll let him know that you miss him. I'll text him right now. I'm going to send him your chat, Prominence. But I'm also letting him know that you're off the Cheesecake team because we can't have this. Paul said you wanted to do a call. I would also recommend you ask the question in the chat and see if we can talk about it. Prominence, the only brand of gas generator I've been able to find is GenMax. Looking for Auto Genstar, a 2-wire auto start stop gas generator, and it's called Gen Communication Port on the Walrus. I'm not too familiar with too many of the gas generators and what's out there. I do know that some states and cities are banning the sale of gas and diesel generators. California is on its way of doing that too. So if you're trying to prepare for something of that nature, Walrus units are a good cost-effective way to replace your gas or diesel generator. I mean, I don't know if it's the best situation for the United States to be banning gas and diesel generators as a whole, because I mean it is an effective way to get power. Whether or not you think it's a clean source of energy, it's energy, you know, and we need to be able to have emergency backup power solutions at any time, whether or not it is one of ours. We do know that people in Texas struggle with the hurricanes every year, the people in Florida, the people in Louisiana, they suffer with the hurricanes that come through there. And, you know, these do work, and they work with solar, but gas and diesel is also another effective way to get energy into the home. Gary Black is back. I live in hurricane territory. There you go. So it's like, I mean, I don't know what your states and cities are saying. I do know that they are trying to ban it. I mean, California, it's a thing. They're trying to ban it. I don't know. I don't know if it's the best situation. What's the size weight of packaging for 3G with G3 with solar kit? Weight is good. The size is the size of a pallet. So whatever that is, like 3x3 or 4x4 or 4x3, I think it is. So 4 feet by 3 feet. The height could get pretty tall because the solar panels go standing. So it's about 4 feet. 4 to maybe 5 feet. Maybe about 5 feet for the package. Weight with solar kit probably could get you about around to like 500 pounds. Jerry Black, is there a limitation of how you can get this product delivered, that the weight and size is an issue? Let me know in the chat so we can keep the chat going. Paul, if you're still in here, ask me your question on the live chat. We can go over it. Otherwise, we're going to wait here till the chat dies out. That makes sense, Jerry. Yeah, ask if they can get dropped off. I mean, your job should be able to accept freight, and I think camping yards should be able to accept freight too. So, just ask. Maybe they can get dropped off at the resort yard. A few users came in, started to dry out. I'm gonna probably call it short on this one here. Do you know what keep us off grid? It will keep you off grid with the solar panels. If you are at the RV yards, for sure they have that post with the connection, the 50 amp connection. Most of the RV yards have it. You could just plug the cable into it and then plug it to your walrus and then charge it from there from the yard. But if you want to do off grid, you can use the solar panels. The solar panels will make it 100% off grid. Prominent said his came in on a semi truck and lift gate and had to use his tractor with pallet forks to move to my back door. Yeah, the unit can be pretty heavy, so if it's gonna be kind of like rough terrain, like just be prepared to have a dolly on site. If you have a pallet jack, that's gonna be helpful. You're gonna go downstairs, use a dolly, please use a secondary person to help you. It can get pretty heavy. I understand that maybe the units might feel a little bit daunting because they're heavy, but you have to understand that what we're doing is we're trying to get you as much battery capacity into a compact shape. So now, this Pacific might seem like a huge battery, but in comparison to the amount of lead acid battery packs you would need to even make this capacity, it's not going to be as easy. Walrus units like these are always traditionally smaller because they have more energy density battery packs inside of them. So that allows them to be smaller in size. So I understand that gas and diesel generators are still smaller, technically. But what happens is that how do we get you enough battery capacity for a home? Like, it's going to be heavy, right? There's literal battery cells inside of this. So that's kind of what's happening. But I think we're doing a pretty good job of getting you a large battery capacity in a compact size. Other the companies, you're going to have really small battery packs and you got to keep stacking them forever. I mean, if that's what you like and that's what you want to do, that's fine, but you're still not getting the best price per kilowatt hour for the battery cells. So there's still that I think BatteryEVO does much better. So it's better price per kilowatt hour, bigger battery capacities, so you get a much bigger starter pack. So sometimes people will look at this and be like, oh, it's like around $5,000, right? And then you look at some of the other units on the internet, like the Jackeries and the Anchors and the EcoFlows, and those battery packs start at around $2,000 to $3,000. And you're comparing the price to price. But what you're not comparing is the kilowatt, the K. The kilowatt and the kilowatt hour capacity. Our units might seem more expensive when you're looking at them side by side. But when you get the amount of battery capacity and the inverter size and compare those two, their units are about 3 times more expensive than any of the battery packs you see up here. So if you're trying to be one of the guys or gals who likes to get a good bang for your buck, there's nothing on the market that can directly compete with the price per kilowatt hour that any of these units have to offer. Now, are some of the other battery packs maybe a little bit more feature rich? Possibly. But if you're just trying to get a large battery pack for a fraction of the cost, these units are going to be the best ones to do it with. So as long as people jump in and text in and then ask something in the chat, I will continue the live stream going. Otherwise, I'm going to have to cut the stream. I don't really have the ability to do this all night, unless everybody keeps jumping in and asking questions. This is Jerry. You can do that, or you can just hook them up from there. Then have them text. Have them text. Like, to get the deal, text this number. If anybody's just joining, thank you. Round of applause to you. What time is it in your local area? If it's dinner time for you, do you have a glass of wine or a beer for dinner? Tell me yes or no in the chat. We don't always have to talk about battery packs, right? Like, sometimes there's a gap between the chats and the text messaging, and I can continue to say the same thing over and over again, but if you ask something in the chat, we just all have a better time. Does anybody here play video games? Does anybody here play sports? Prominence says no, so no on the wine or beer with dinner. Is there a reason for that, Prominence? Are you a healthy guy? I also don't do that, but I'm just wondering. I feel like that's the classic, like, come home from work, get a little bit of food, and always have a beer with the dinner. 4 hours so far. What was your longest live stream? Manny, our longest live stream ever, I think, ran for a few days. But the way we did it is that we would go into the office, and then we turn on the live, and then when we would leave the office, we had like a like kind of like a looping video playing the whole time. So I think it's gone for like 3 days max. But the longest that we've lived for, like actually on stream, is probably about 8 hours. Yeah, probably like about 6 to 8 hours, probably the best. We did that, I think, maybe Black Friday. I think it was Black Friday. But if you just want like continuous live stream, it's probably been about 3 days. It just was a looping video though, so I'm not sure if you count that. That'd be up to you to decide whether or not you count that as our longest live. Prominence says, no alcohol for me. Doing the carnivore diet, and alcohol is a no-no on it. Oh, see, there you go. See, now we're learning something. So Lance is trying the carnivore diet. I have not fully done the carnivore diet. How long have you been doing this diet for, Lance? And Rick Min says, how is the heat being controlled by the battery's high rate of discharge? We live in the desert. What would be the ultimate high temps we can run this system at in ambient air temps? If you're in ambient air temps, Rick, you should be okay. You just want to keep ventilation flowing through. There are fans, and then there is a built-in BMS where if it gets too hot, it'll kind of shut itself down and protect the battery. If you're in ambient temp, you're okay. So it's not too bad. The batteries that do have fans for the inverter. The batteries are pretty good with high temperatures. I think the specs are on the specs of the temperature are on the unit. Is this live stream powered by a Walrus? Not right now because we're in a new building. Back in the day when we were at the old facility, half of that facility was running with the Walrus units. So in that situation, yes. Here we don't have the battery packs and the solar panels on this office, so no. But if need be, we will wire up. I guess it just depends on how much electricity we use over the next couple of weeks. Then at some point they will start to install the battery packs into the building and try to power them off the grid. But I'm not sure if we can do that at this building. But that's a good question. See, these are good questions. Mine is great with nice steak and chocolate. Wait, I got it. Wine is great. I thought you said mine. Wine is great with a nice steak and chocolate. What's your go-to steak, Rick? And what's your go-to chocolate? And what's your go-to wine? And then I'll tell you what mine are. Lance is 2 years on carnivore. Best low inflammation diet I've ever tried, and I've done them all. You really do feel that there's great benefits from doing the carnivore diet, Lance? I still tend to eat rice pretty often, but sometimes I'll just air fry steak and just eat that. Manny Gomez lost 94 pounds on a low carb and intermittent fasting. Wow, good job. You should also do a YouTube video on that. Good job on that. I'm low carb too. #diabetes. All right, Prominence. Well, that's fair. See, we're learning more. See, we don't always have to talk about battery packs. Otherwise, I have to just continue to just say the same thing over and over again like Nick does. You know, so Nick's not even here, so he can't even defend himself in this court case right now. But yeah, you guys can ask anything in the chat. As long as the chat continues, I'll allow the chat to stay on, and it gives people an opportunity to text in and get a deal. I got somebody telling me that they got a general hookup. They're showing a meter box, sub panel, and transfer switch. The transfer switch is wire so that the power from the meter goes to the transfer switch to the sub panel, and the general is wired to the sub transfer switch. So the transfer switch is between the power meter and the sub panel. With the Walrus transfer switch, does it wire the same? Lance lost 102 pounds on carnivore and intermittent fasting also. I eat only one meal a day at dinner time. Way to go, Manny. That's awesome. Did you guys start doing these carnivore diets and the intermittent fasting because you guys saw something on YouTube? That's what happened to me. I would watch all those guys on YouTube who would talk about intermittent fasting, carnivore diets. Usually the guys that go on Joe Rogan, and then whenever I'm feeling like I'm not feeling too good, I'll try to intermittent fast. Prominence is down 70 pounds. Dang. That's pretty good. That's really good. Good job. Good job to everybody in the chat who lost weight. Good job to you. I'm proud. I'm proud of everybody. We'll let this go on for a few more. We're still gonna take text in. If you're gonna get a battery pack, I don't know if we'll go live tomorrow, so I can't guarantee it. I did when I found how. Okay, so Manny had to lose the weight when he got type 2 diabetes. Okay, got it. So everybody had to lose weight because of diabetes. All right, if you guys need a battery pack, text in. I don't know how much longer I'll let the live go for, but I'm still getting texts. So, text in so you can get the. We're gonna do 2 stackable codes only while the live is on. Otherwise, you're not gonna get those codes. You're not gonna get the codes when the live's not on. There's still some people in the chat, so if you are asking questions, I'll keep it going. Nick should do a strongman competition, but lifting the battery pack and such. You should try it. You should try it. He seems confident. He seems confident in his ability to outlift just about anybody. One of my followers on Instagram posted about it, and I just said I'm going to try it. Now it's 2 years later, and I don't see myself ever wanting to get off of it. Low inflammation is for real. What is your go-to steak what's your meat of choice, Lance? How are you cooking it? How are you eating it? I'd like to know. I would like to know. We got quite a lot of viewers today, so that's good. Good job to you guys for doing the carnivore diet, intermittent fasting, losing weight. Good job on all of that. Ribeye is my go-to steak because you want the high-fat intake for satiation, but I eat more hamburger meat than anything to make it cost-effective. We eat lots of pork and bacon, chicken, thighs, etc. Got it, that makes sense. Yeah, ground beef is probably the cheapest way to go about it. Ribeye is my go-to as well. I usually like ribeye or filet mignon, but ribeye, I think I've learned to like ribeye more than filet over the last couple of months. I don't do full carnivore diet, but I do tend to just eat beef and rice most days, like at nighttime. That tends to be my go-to. How would I wire up? So Eric Sacedo says, how would I wire up 8 550 watt panels to a G4 Plus, series, parallel, or a combination? What is the option, the optimal? Yeah, you're gonna probably want to do 4 in series and then another 4 in series and then run these 2 in parallel. That tends to be the best way to wire these up. Manny says, at Brian's age, I'd eat and drink anything and everything. That's usually what people say, but I think that that's how we get into the situation where then we got to do it low inflammatory diets afterwards. So I try my best to not go overboard. But I mean, I see why it would want to. Eric Sacedo, what are you trying to power before you leave the chat? And if you're gonna leave the chat, before you do, text this number so you can get special pricing. I think I'm gonna cut the live out in a bit. Yeah, I think it's time to cut out the live. We've just about made it to the end here. Tried my best to give everybody deals. Tried my best to hook everybody up. Tried my best to mind my business. Tried my best to. All right, everybody. If anybody has, I don't know, anything left to say, if you're seeing this live, text down below. I will hook it up. I will try my best to hook it up for as long as I possibly can. Until then, that's the live stream for you.